Aluhu.
Aluhu.
Nasunada Hemulea Botenu. Abiyama is Kabam Yako. Atakados which make up Kados Kadush make up my with shine illuminate Israel, Shabbat, La Sodia, Shabbat, the Toro Tam, the Ola. Beni, Beni, Israel, Otilola. Isha Shepherd, Masara, Shadaba, Shemaim. Without the Ades, who are your must be Shabbat, where you not flash. Baruch Sheka, Baruch Rebek, Baruch Turateka, Baruch Tushateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Hilok, Olam Moed. Baruch Shem Kabol Makutu, Olam Moed. Baruch Kabol Elohim, Mikomo, Ledek Yom. Baruch Olam Moed. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clear the guilty, visited iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, justice, right and seed. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, chief Eliezer, to the chief men, princes, mother in Israel, brothers and sisters, I say unto you, the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
The Lord's Sabbath day. The Lord's Sabbath day, which is supposed to be honorable and ordained. But most of us don't know how to honor God's day. Most of us don't know the rules and the regulations of not profaning the day. Because anything you profane, you have made common. To make common means that you may have made the day regular. Yes, God don't want us to be common. God don't want us to be like unto the common people. God don't want us to be average. This is why the Creator gave us these laws to put a separation between holiness and profane, between His inheritance, whom He had taken for Himself, to the neighboring people that lives round about. But with that being said, I'm not going to go no further, and I'm going to call up the first speaker of the day, Chief Mika Ben Lewy.
There is none holy as the Lord, but there is none beside thee. Neither is there any rock like our God. Talk no more so exceedingly proudly. Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth. The Lord is a God of knowledge, and by Him actions are weighed. The bows of the mighty men are broken, and they that stumble are girded with strength. They that were full have hired out themselves for bread, and they that were hungry ceased, so that the barren had borne 7, and she that had many children is waxed feeble. The Lord kill it and make it alive. He bring it down to the grave and bring it up. The Lord make it poor and make it rich. He bring it low and lift it up. He raised up the poor out of the dust and lifted up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes and to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and He has set the world upon them. He will keep the feet of His saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness, for by strength shall no man prevail. Please repeat after me. And God speak all these words saying, I am the Lord thy God.
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything,
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven above,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
or that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
unto the children,
unto the children,
upon the children, unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Shabbat day,
Remember the Shabbat day,
to keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work.
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy
nor
son,
thy daughter,
nor thy
nor
daughter,
thy manservant,
thy
nor thy
manservant,
maidservant,
nor thy
nor
maidservant,
thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea and all that in them
the
is,
sea and all that in the midst,
and rested the 7th day.
and rested the 7th day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Shabbat day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
May be seated. Nor the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear, but let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. The Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen, in all places where I record my name. I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone, for if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleichem.
All right, we're going to move straight ahead into the book of the law. Leviticus. First, we're going to go into Leviticus 19. This covers a wide area of laws that you can get cut off when you violate any of these commandments in this chapter. They're very important laws in this chapter. A lot of them will get you cut off in life and after death. Right? Got it?
Okay.
Leviticus chapter 19.
Leviticus chapter 19. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say unto them, Ye shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy.
To be holy is something that you can be. You can acquire this. To be holy is to be separate from everything else outside of the law. You have to be separate from this. Okay? The laws make you separate. The Shabbat make you separate. There's a lot of laws in here that shows distinction. Okay? Things that we are prohibited, or we don't have permission from God because of his laws. They prohibit us and put a limit on you. Certain days we can't celebrate. Certain doings of the people, of the land of the people. Certain matters, okay? Things that they do and how they live, how they dress, how they eat, how they get married, how they get divorced. All these things are done differently. These laws, we go by these laws, and that's what's going to make you holy. So the first step is to become holy. So now, what is holy? What is holy? Set apart to the service of God. The service is your lifestyle, how you live, everything that you do is set apart now in order for you to do the things that you have to, that God orders you to do. So these are orders and commandments. All right. So first of all, ye shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy. What makes God holy? He's only one God. He's separate from the so-called gods of the people of the land. He's only one. He's the only one. And the way people worship their gods, or those deities, those idols, we can't serve God the same way. For instance, Most High has a name. We can't say his name, his actual name. Okay? Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. We can't say that name. It's forbidden us to say that name. But in every other walk of life, in those religions out there that serve idols, they call on the name of their idols. It's okay for them to do that. See, we can't serve God the same way the people serve their idols. Okay? We can't even pray the same way. Our posture is different. Am I right or wrong?
That's right.
We don't pray with our hands together. That is not the way. In the prophecy and in the book of Chronicles, Solomon said he raised his hands towards the heavens, full extension. Okay? Or you can lie down flat and prostrate yourself. We didn't get down on one knee. You didn't pray with the book in your hand, and one hand up, one hand down. It has an effect. The posture has an effect on what. First of all, your prayer will be acceptable by God. Your posture has to be first correct. And the only way to find out these things is to read the book. And when you read the book, they tell you how they were when they prayed. Most of the time, they fell face flat on the ground when God appeared to them. That's what Moses did, right or wrong.
That's right.
When he went and seen that burning bush, and the Most High appeared to him, and he said, "He is Lord Almighty." As soon as he recognized that, he put his face down. So all these other postures are not good.
Genuflex.
Not good. Genuflex is when you get on one knee. Okay? It's called genuflect. Okay? It's the Greek custom. The Greeks, that's how they bow down to their gods. So what make us holy is we cannot and we don't worship God. And none of the service we do in honoring God, we don't do those same things that these people, other people do to theirs. That's what makes us holy. So now, in order to be holy, I have to know the things to do and things not to do that's going to make me holy. Okay? Tongue sheet.
Turn ye not unto idols, nor make to yourselves molten gods. I am the Lord your God. And if you offer a
I
sacrifice,
said, turn ye not. Look at this. All right, you're going to just pass me some notes here. Just look like my handwriting. My handwriting. It's my handwriting, right? No? First Kings chapter 8. Spread forth his hands toward heaven. First Kings chapter 8, 38. Spread forth his hands towards this house. Second Chronicles 6. Spread forth his hands toward heaven. Second Chronicles 6. Spread forth his hands in this house. As Isaiah 25, verse 11. As he that swimmeth spreadeth forth his hands. So how you going to swim? All swimmers, everybody who know how to swim, you got to extend your hands all the way. So you can't pray to the Most High like this. You got to be fully extended. But when you swim, you fully extend your hands. But if you swim like this, you're going to drown. You're going to drown. See, there's a way to serve God. And the only way to get this is to read and apply it. Everything will come later. The desire, the fear, Everything will come later. Believe what you read and apply it immediately. That's the key. And when you get what we call obstacles, when something comes up in your life, a matter is going to come up in your life, well, you're gonna have to decide, well, man, that means I'm not gonna be able to do this like I've been doing in the law. The Lord said for me to do this. I've been doing this. I had a streak of doing this. But now I got a new job, and it requires me to go to work on Saturdays. Or it requires me to move to another state where I won't be able to congregate with nobody. There's certain places where there's nobody calling on the name of God. You got to make a decision now. What's the decision? Do I go ahead and further my life, right? And stop doing the commandments that I was doing? Or do I make the decision, which is mostly hard for people, because you're looking at what you're going to lose by keeping God's commandments. You're going to lose a lot of things keeping God's commandments. That's your sacrifice. You got to be ready to give those things up. Those are your tests. That's what God wants to see. Assumption.
And if you offer a sacrifice of peace offering unto the Lord.
Back up. Verse 3.
Turn you not into idols, nor make to yourselves molten gods. I am the Lord.
My verse 3 is your verse 2. Your verse 2. My verse 3 is your verse 2.
You shall fear every man his mother.
Ye shall fear every man his mother and his father. People don't fear their mother and father. You know what fear means? You're scared. You're scared to get them upset. You're scared to worry them. You're scared for whatever they worry about, you worrying about. You're scared for them too for that. You know that? That's how deep it goes. I fear to upset my father because I'm not supposed to be talking to him this way. I'm not supposed to approach my mother this way. Fear comes into all of that. If you honor them, you fear them. You can't honor them and you're not afraid of them. You have to be afraid of them. Most people on this planet are not afraid of none of their parents. They feel that they're on an equal terms with them. Some even think they're better. Some sons think they're better than their father. I hear it, and I'm not talking about heathens. Expect that from them. I'm talking about Israelites. The people who call on God's name, who turn and face the east, who claim to live this way of life, they think they're on the same plane as their mother and father. You can't correct your mother and your father. You gotta leave them alone. You gotta mind your business. You gotta be real careful with that.
That's right.
Very cautious with that. And when you're speaking, don't be too dramatic in speaking to her. I saw a 7-year-old speaking to his mother, and he was like, "Yo, but mom, I'm ready." She said, she stopped and she gave him a look. Apparently, he know the look. She gave him a look, and his body, he was still talking, but his body stopped.
I've been catching myself, bro. Relax, calm down.
You got to keep it simmer down, because these are the things that will get us cut off. These are the things that put us in violation and open up the breach more. It's harder to close the breach. Okay? Fear. I gotta fear them like I fear God.
That's right. That's right.
That's the same fear. And after that, God said, I don't hear about God saying fear anybody else.
Yeah.
Am I right or wrong?
That's right.
Or anything else.
That's right.
So this is the setup. God gets pleased with a person that fears his mother and his father. God is pleased with that. It's going to make it easier for you to fear God. Y'all don't know that?
That's right.
That's the practice. Your mother and father, honoring and fearing them, because you went through your whole life from young. That's the practice. So now it shouldn't be too hard to fear God. Because these are qualities that you develop in fearing your parents. It said, and keep my Sabbaths. There's only one Sabbath. It comes once every week at the end of the week, the last day of the week, which is the seventh day. 52 times a year. Okay? The Sabbath is not on the first day or the second day or the third day. All of this comes from people messing with the calendar, not accepting what they was taught by their teachers. Keeping the Sabbath is not half day. Because most Israelites, they forget themselves at the break. Some are going to get ready for work. Most are going to get ready for work. That's preparation. You can't do nothing until the sun is down.
That's right.
You don't have to go and rush to do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Take it easy. Because this is where you are at.
That's right.
Tough shit.
Turn ye not unto idols.
Turn ye not unto idols. How do you turn to an idol? You don't have to necessarily have the idol in your house or in your bedroom or with you. You don't have to have an idol in your house at all. You turn to the idol by accepting and living in the laws of the people who serve the idol. Okay? This is how you wind up turning into idols. You don't have to go into a church or a Muslim mosque to serve that idol. All you have to do is follow the ways and the customs and the doings and the manners and the lights of the people who serve that idol. They have rules and they have a way and they have a custom and they have a service. Okay, they have a worship. Okay, they have gestures, they have sayings. All these things go into turning. So we are not supposed to have the same doings as those people in serving the Most High. Because when you do that, you turn. For example, I know y'all hear it every week, man. Birthdays. We be smashing birthdays because God never accepted that. And he never commanded. See, all the days that we observe, right? God commanded us to observe. No man said, okay, this is the day we're going to do this. That happened with Hanukkah. It's way after. God wasn't close to the people then. God wasn't appearing to the people like that. Okay, and that was those days that were established was for that time when the people were still in the land, when we still had a burnt offering altar, when we were still able to sacrifice to God. A lot of things went out the window when that stops, when the sacrifices were stopped. You know when it was stopped? In 70 AD. Okay, General Titus came into Jerusalem and took everything out of there and put it in the Vatican City, and it's been there since in Italy. The Vatican City is in Italy. That's where all the utensils that was in the temple got taken. And that's when the sacrifices stopped. So now you have to sacrifice your life. I'm not saying that you got to kill yourself, just, it's a sacrifice to God, but you have to give things up that's for you, that benefits you, that you like, that you love, that you're attracted to, that entertains you in order to serve God. This is also part of being holy. And all of this goes into turning to another idol. All idols have days that they call holidays. All idols and deities have days that they celebrate that are commemorated for the heathen. Am I right or wrong?
Right.
But we can't observe those things. Like I said before, I'm going to say it again. All the days that God commanded us, man didn't make up. Certain instances happened in the history, and God said, yo, keep this as a memorial. Because you ate unleavened bread for 7 days. So now Every time in the month Aviv on the 14th day at even, this is what you do. You get your leavening out your house, and you make your bread without leaven. For 7 days you eat that. He said, then now you count the Omer. Today is what, the 13th day? 13th day. 1 week and 6 days. You got to count that to yourself. That's something every individual person has to do. You count the Omer. At the end of that 49 days, the next day is Shavuot, the Feast of Weeks. It's an agricultural festival. It's an agricultural. These things were built around when we planted and when we sold things, our crops. Promise you.
Nor make to yourselves molten gods. I am the Lord your God.
Now, there's different ways to serve an idol. All I got to do is follow the rules of the idol. No matter where I'm at, I turn to idols. All I got to do is follow the rules of the people who follow that idol. Because you're following after people who serve that God, that deity. So anything that they do, what they look like, how they dress, how they celebrate, how they party, how they dance, everything they do. If you do it, you turn to another idol. So a lot of Israelites think, hey man, if I don't have it in my house, but you're still celebrating days commemorated to the idol. You still use the same posture. You worship God the same way these people worship their idol. And God said he is a holy God. So it's a distinction. There's always going to be a distinction. Those ways of worship that people were brought up on all their lives, they haven't let it go yet. Okay? It said, turn ye not unto idols, nor make to yourselves molten gods. The people used to make, either you follow somebody or you made your own idol. If you were king, you made your own idol. After a while, you make yourself a god. The more money you had, the more of a god you become to the people. And they make statues of you, and they worship you. This is also part of worshiping, making idols, making images and pictures of the person. You make them a god. So you have people that die. After they die, what happens? What happens? You lift and glorify their names like never before. But when they was alive, you hated them. When the person was alive, you didn't care for them. But now when they're dead, it's more of a custom, more of a service, part of a service that people are so accustomed to. Okay? Yeah. It's a custom that you're so used to doing in your upbringing, right? That you bring it over here. Kol Israel bring it over here. We do the same things that the people do. Okay? And they're rituals. All those things are rituals. Touch you.
And if you offer a sacrifice of peace offerings unto the Lord, you shall offer it at your own will. It shall be eaten the same day you offer it, and on the morrow. And if all remain unto the third day, it shall be burnt in the fire.
We used to be able, we had the opportunity to sacrifice peace offerings to God. Make peace with God. This was at your own will, all right?
Right.
We don't have that situation going on. Okay? But this was the procedure for the peace offerings. And first of all, man, if you're doing this, if you're doing the offerings, you have to have a place that God assigned. Not that we say this is what we're gonna do. God has to come to someone, okay, or all, and say, okay, this is where I choose to place my name. You think God chose his name to be in America?
No.
He chose his name to be in Jerusalem, right? And he allowed the heathen to take everything out of there, to wipe it out, to stop it. He allowed them to stop it. So it doesn't make sense to go anywhere else and try this. This is the part you leave alone. You replace it with, like I said again, you replace it We're giving up the things you haven't dropped yet that you're supposed to drop. Giving up the things that you like. That's your sacrifices, your confessions, your prayers, your vows, your supplications, your weeping. Okay, all of this is part of that. That's how you substitute an ox. Because we don't have no, where's the door of tabernacle of congregation at? Can anybody tell me where's that now? Doesn't exist right now.
Right. Don't have it.
Tabernacle is hidden.
That's right.
And where the temple is at is a mosque. It's a Muslim mosque with a meteor that fell from the sky. They call it the Dome of Omar.
Don't know that.
That's in the same spot where the burnt offering altar of the Lord was. It's in the same exact spot. That's what the heathen wanted to do. Okay, man, we gotta destroy this kingdom because they represent the real God. The higher ups knew. All the higher ups knew. They knew they wasn't God. They knew that idol wasn't God. In the Apocrypha in the book of Daniel, it said this guy had an idol and people would bring food to it. And then he said, look, man, that thing is not alive. That's not God. It doesn't live. It's dead. It's not alive. And God has not put an animation in it. He'll say, yeah, you see it's alive, man. You see all the food is gone. Daniel knows. See, when you believe God's word, you're gonna be able to look out for the lies and the tricks. You're not gonna be able to read something and believe it that quick. Daniel said, you know what? Took ashes, spread it all over the floor, and waited. Next day came. When they came in there, the king said, look, man, see, all the food is gone. Daniel said, okay, so what is all these footsteps I see? I see footsteps of adults and little kids, little children. The so-called priests of that deity, of that idol, and his family. When everybody leave, put the food down and leave, they lock the door, and they come out through a little secret door. And they come out and they grab the food up, empty it out, and make it look like those people knew. They knew what they were doing. But they're getting the people for their money. Okay, it's to have you serving the adversary and they get your money. That's what all those holidays and all those religions is about. That's why God said, don't turn to them, don't follow them, man, because they're going to get you caught up. Township.
And if it be eaten at all on the third day, it is abominable, it shall not be accepted. Therefore, everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity, because he had profaned the hallowed thing of the Lord, and that soul shall be cut off from among his people. And when you reap the harvest of your land,
we were agricultural, we were farmers and shepherds. So now we have rules for when we reap the harvest of our land. We have rules for planting and sowing. Ain't that something? Nobody has rules. Nobody has rules. No religion. This is not a religion. This is the way of life. All those walks of life are religions. And none of them have it. None of their deities, none of their fake gods, none of their idols have rules for crops. They don't have rules for planting and sowing. They don't have rules. That's what makes the Most High God unique, one of a kind. Okay? He's the only one. Okay? He got rules for everything. Everything in this law, in this Torah, got life covered. Okay? These are the things, these are the laws. All this what we read in here, these are the laws that make you holy. So now when you reap the harvest of your land, you do not what? Wholly reap the corners of thy field. You don't clean everything out, man. You don't clean everything out when it's time for you to pick your grain.
you don't leave nothing back.
You can't take everything and don't leave nothing back.
And it's your field.
It's my field. But there's rules, the rules to my field. come from God.
Those are
I gotta
selfish-
handle it the way God told me to handle it.
selfish acts.
Okay? And it's the read.
Neither shalt thou gather the gleanings of thy harvest. And thou shalt not glean thy vineyard. Neither shalt thou gather every grape of thy vineyard.
So God is specifically letting you know, no stalks, no grains, no corn, no vineyard, okay? Whatever you got growing, you can't fully clean it out. You can't fully clean it out, all right? You got to save some back. He said, thou shalt leave them for who? For the
Thou
poor,
shalt leave them.
the stranger. I am the Lord your God.
Right.
He said, you got to leave that for the poor and the stranger. There's poor people that got nobody to hold them down. And then you got the stranger. People treat the stranger bad.
Yeah.
Even though God said, treat him like the homeborn, because he served, he do the same thing, he's going to live like you. The stranger doesn't come amongst you or come amongst us and still keep the way that they came up. The stranger drops his previous life
To join himself to God.
Ain't that what Abraham
To
did?
join himself to God.
Abraham was a stranger
Mm-hmm.
to God until he started doing these commandments. And there's a treatment that comes with the stranger that God don't accept. Okay, the stranger and the alien are two different people. The alien is the outsider that does not serve God. He don't come among you to serve God. He's not sitting here with you on Shabbat. He don't eat the unleavened bread with you. But the stranger lives just like you. They sacrificed. They were taught that this guy is God. But then when they were introduced to the Most High, they dropped it. That's what Abraham did. They dropped it. So you got to keep that stranger, with the treatment with the stranger that come around us. I don't care what color his skin is. You need to get off that. That's another way of the heathen, being a racist. Okay? You can't be a racist. All right? God made everybody. We're all his creatures. Creatures come from the word creation. God created all of us. He made all of us. And anybody can serve God. Okay? You just got to follow the rules. Just like this guy, just like the one that's born in it. Oh, I was born in it. Okay. You should be an example to the stranger then.
Okay.
Right or wrong?
That's right.
But we're not like that. We do the stranger wrong.
Yeah.
And you think you're better than the stranger. Most strangers, you reading this book, Uriah the Hittite had a good heart
For God.
He had a good heart for God.
He's a good man.
He wasn't an evil man.
Delivered his own death.
I don't care if he was a Hittite.
That's right.
God didn't care that he was a Hittite.
That's right.
So why should you care? You gotta leave that alone, man.
That's right.
Leave that alone. Get off that kick. Whatever they did to you, God allowed it to be done because of your shortcomings with God. You see it in the book all the time. They were warned. When you get in this land, keep God's commandments. Because if you don't keep God's commandments, I'm going to allow them to, I'm going to deliver them into your hands. They're going to come and rag you in the name of their God. They didn't listen.
They want to invade Jerusalem.
They didn't listen, man.
Jerusalem got invaded.
Hard.
Hard.
It got invaded multiple times. And then that last time, 70 AD, that
There
was
was
it.
there was no coming back.
No
after
coming
that.
back. Everybody spread out. Go on with the workers of iniquity. The last of the children of Israel in the land was scattered off into slavery and to live like the people who work iniquity. Okay? That's a bad ending, tells you.
You shall not steal.
Ye shall not steal.
Neither deal falsely.
Wait. Ye shall not steal. For some reason, it's an enjoyment, a delight to taste something that don't belong to you. But that delight That feeling that you get to take something that don't belong to you. You didn't pay for it. You didn't work for it. Nobody allowed you to have it. You just stole it. There are different means to stealing. We all know the ways. Okay? You do it with your hands straight up. You can do it in the digital world. Today, people do it in the digital world. Bitcoins, checks, cash apps. Every now and then, you got to check your debit cards and everything. People are trying to steal your money every day. We can't be a part of that. We can't be a part of scams and frauds and what do you call that? Insurance scams. Okay, we can't involve ourselves with none of that. If you got a job where you handle a lot of money, you can't skim the money. You can't start pocketing the money. You're stealing. God never said who you're stealing from. He just said not to do it. Don't matter who it's from. If somebody stole from you and you found out they stole from you, you don't go and steal back from them. Yeah? Somebody drop a $20 bill in the store. You put your foot on it and stand there. I see somebody do that in the store. But he was far away from the counter. So everybody's like, you want a line? He said, no, I'm not in the line. Go ahead. And he's just standing there. And everybody's wondering why he's just standing there. He waited until everybody cleared out and picked that $20 bill up. I have told people, hey, man, you dropped 100, man. And other people have said, man, I wouldn't have said nothing. You a good dude. Yeah, I'm trying to be a good dude. That's those things. Those are the things, beside the blood, because those are the things you got to watch out for. Okay? Taking things that don't belong to you. Being scheming, conniving. Comes you.
Now to deal falsely.
Not to dealing falsely. Any false matter. Whether it was spoken, written, charges brought up, you got to be careful. If you weren't there, you should be quiet. You shouldn't have nothing to say. If you were not at the situation at hand, you shouldn't have nothing to say. You are not a witness. You did not see it. You did not hear it. You should keep quiet. Touch you.
Not a lie one to another. Leviticus chapter 19, verse 12. And ye shall not swear by my name falsely, neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God. I am the Lord.
How do you profane God's name? There's only one way to profane it, to say it. His name. We're forbidden to say his name. We're forbidden to write that. Okay? El Shaddai, that's the name he gave us.
God Almighty.
God Almighty. He said, this by this name was I known. To who? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It ain't nobody better than Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Nobody topped those three. Those are the patriarchs. Okay? They set off what the nation of Israel became to be.
Mm-hmm.
The nation of Israel came out of these men. So God never revealed his name, which was Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh.
Mm-hmm.
He said, he told Moses the name. He said, well, I was known by John. You know what I'm saying? Okay? So that would that say what? He said, by this name, Steve, I wasn't known by Steve. I was known by John. Mm-hmm. Even the old heads called me John. Mm-hmm. What that mean? I want you to call me what? John. I'm just using those names as example. And that's what God did. Remember, Moses didn't know Abraham. Everything he know about before him, God is telling him. He said, yo, those guys that I'm telling you to pattern yourself after, they never called on my name because I never revealed it. He said, I was known as God Almighty. He said, tell them the Lord God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's the identity. That's the number one identity. Everybody know who God we talking about now. Okay, Abraham, he did his thing. He represented. So when you say the Lord of God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, oh, that's the Old Testament. Yeah. Tongue sheet.
Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor.
It says, ye shall not swear by my name falsely. Now, when it says swear by my name falsely, he's not talking about Yod He Vav He. He's talking about, you say, yeah, I swear to the Most High. When you say the Most High. When you say, God of Abraham. Now, God of Abraham knows. All these things you're swearing, and you're saying that God is a witness to what you're saying.
Did or said.
Okay? That's why he said, you shall not swear by my name falsely. Okay? And we didn't go around, like if I'm telling you a war story, right? And then I start saying, yeah, yo, I swear to the Most High. You don't have to stop. You got to stop doing that. That's called intemperate swearing.
That's right.
You know when you swear to the Most High? When you make a vow. That's the number one time. And another time was certain laws in the Torah dealing with your neighbor's goods. If I let you hold something and you got it in your house, but you didn't steal it. Somebody came in your house and stole it out your house. You are still responsible for it. But you have to take an oath. You have to swear. It says swear by God's name. So all you do is say, I swear by the Most High, I did not put my hands to my neighbor's goods.
Right.
That clears you. And I had to accept that. You know that? I have to accept that. Look. Before that, I thought, in my heart, I suspected you with no proof, which is wrong, even though it's in your house. But you're not the only one that be there. So I can't suspect nobody. That the oath clears you. Now, if you're lying, that's sin on you. God will take care of you personally. But for me, I gotta accept that. And then you make it good. I don't walk away empty-handed over, that's it. Yeah, you gotta make it good. Because it was still under your jurisdiction. It was still your responsibility. So we don't swear by God's name falsely. We don't swear and lie. And we don't swear for miscellaneous things. Because that's called intemperate swearing.
That's right.
Okay? Charges being brung up, and somebody said, well, look, man, take an oath. Because now we can't get to the bottom of the situation. Right? So look, we're gonna bind you by your word. If you're lying, that's on you. The matter is left alone now. Talk shit.
Neither shalt thou deal falsely. Neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God. I am the Lord. Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him. The wages of him that is highest shall not abide with thee all night until the morning.
The way we paid the customers, the way we paid everybody was at the end of the day. Coming out the field from work, that's the work that you do. When you're coming out, I have your shekels for you. I have your pay. Whatever the pay is, I have it for you. I can't tell you, look, man, I don't have enough. Or come in the morning, I'll give it to you. That's the way of the world today. Well, I don't care what job you have. All they got to do is say, look, you go to get your check. Oh, man, your check not here. What you mean my check not here? What you mean it's not here? Everybody's got it. Was just a whole line, 30 people on the line. Everybody get it except you and 2 other people. God don't frowns on that. God said you own a business, you got to be able to pay those people every day. That's the system. The economic system is different with the Most High. He said the wages of him that is highest shall not abide with thee all night into the morning. You can't hold. You got the man's money and you're still holding on to it. You don't worked already. He did his part. That is not just. These are the things that make you just when you follow these. Okay, when you get in a situation like this and you remember God and you say, you know what, now let me make sure this guy can't. You got businesses where people make money every day, thousands of dollars every day, but they won't pay their employees every day. Yeah. That's unjust. That's against the law. Term sheet.
Thou shalt not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shalt fear thy God. I am the Lord. You shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the
You can't
person
feel
of the
sorry for
mighty.
nobody when you are a judge, when you're judging a matter. You can't feel sorry for a person and change the judgment. That's what's going to make you unrighteous. When people come to you to judge a matter, you got to be correct.
That's right.
And you got to let the innocent know that they're innocent and the guilty know that they're guilty. You have to inform them, well, in this matter, you're wrong in this matter.
That's right.
Now, look, I don't care if you want to get upset. You came to me with this situation. And I judge the situation by the commandments. So when I'm hearing a situation, it reminds me of what I read in the book. So I said, well, in this situation here, man, you was wrong in this situation. He didn't wrong you. You wronged him. And I'll show you where. Look, most people get upset and they don't accept those terms. The terms of God's laws are how to deal with these matters when something come up missing, when something come up damaged. You know, we had oxen, we had sheep, we had flocks. I only got one ox. I need two oxes to operate this plow machine. Okay? I come and borrow your ox, right? You go back home, you bring your ox and you go back home. The ox died. I gotta make it good. I gotta pay it back to you. I gotta make sure you got an ox, no matter what happened to it. Now, you didn't leave. It's the second scenario. You didn't leave. You came, you brought the ox, I put it on the plow, and I'm working them. And me and you right there with me. And you see what happened. You're a witness to what happened to your ox. I don't have to make it good. You see how just God is? That's the mindset we're supposed to have. Even though we don't have oxen, we borrow things from each other, right or wrong. Mm-hmm. We lend things to each other, right or wrong. Mm-hmm. And that's why when that happens, you have to have what's the name of it? We just talking about it last week. Some type of collateral. Okay? Here, you hold this. I'll borrow the money from you. Here, hold my garment. Here, hold this. You hold that till I come and pay you back. I can't just come and borrow money from you and go. And you wait for the day for me to pay you back. I have to come with something of value, of collateral. Hey, what if I die? And I didn't get to pay you back. What I gave you for collateral is yours. That's right. That takes the place of it. You don't lose. Mm-hmm. You see how God's laws are? They're beautiful, man. That's right. Because they're set for any situation that goes on, because these are the regular things that go on in life. Mm-hmm. These things don't go on the Shabbat. These things go on during the week. Oh man, I need to let me hold this. Let me hold your blender. It could be anything. You can't forget that you're holding something that belongs to somebody. That's right. After a while, a wicked person, only wicked people do this, will say, but no, this is mine. They say, wait a minute, no, man, 6 years ago, you borrowed this from me. And I forgot it. But I see it right there now in your house. I'm like, hey, man. And now I remember that you borrowed it and it's sitting there collecting dust. But you said, nah, it's mine. See, these are the things you got to watch out for. All these things are violation of God's laws. They're not small matters. None of these laws are kindergarten. None of these laws are level 0 or low level. They're all whole weight. In violation of them, they will get you cut off. Term sheet.
But in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people.
We like to carry stories from house to house, camp to camp, city to city, and you can stay in your house and just call somebody and text them. And most of it be lies. You don't know who to believe because you hear different versions of the same story. I can't go around talking about you and I don't have no substantial evidence that this can't be true. Because if it do be true and it's against God's commandment, I should be bringing up charges on you or I should be rebuking you. Am I correct?
That's right.
So false stories, which are lies about a person, okay, that's a defamation of character. Because you put people in the light now, it makes people treat a person according to the story that's been told about them. I hear this crazy story that you did this and you did that. Now I'm looking at you a certain way, but it ain't true. It ain't true. And if I hate you, I will lie on you. Watch out for that. If somebody lies on you, they hate you. They don't love you.
That's right.
Touch you.
Neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. I am the Lord. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. Thou shalt
Now,
not.
look, all of this is about treatment and certain things. No matter how you feel and how the situation got, you cannot stand against the blood of your neighbor. Meaning, you can't stand there and watch your brother getting into it out in the street and you don't help. Or you know something's about to go down. Or you know things are happening. And you have the power to stop it. Right or wrong?
Right.
You got the power to stop it. You can put your foot in the middle of the situation and stop this. You can say something about it, but you don't say nothing about it. You let it go down. All these things are unjust. They're not right. You're not right before God. Nah, man, that ain't true about him, man. Don't say that. If you're there and you hear somebody being lied on, tell the person, man, stop, man. No, I was there. That didn't happen, man. You're lying, man. You just don't like him. You just got something against him. Or this is a retaliation. There's something going on here. Because what happened and what you're saying are two different things.
Mm-hmm.
Next thing you know, by the next day, 1,000 people got the wrong story about you because of this guy. He's a talebearer. And God said, don't be like Wade. So a lot of times, you get told things, you don't have no proof, you shouldn't carry it.
That's right.
You shouldn't carry it. Don't carry it. Stop carrying stories. Don't be so quick to call, oh man, that's our problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem, man. Tom Street.
Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy
So
neighbor.
now, when you do all these things that we talking about, you hate your brother in your heart. You know that, right? Man, you say, yo, man, why you acting like this? Why you coming at me like this? Yeah, like you hate me. Right or wrong?
That's right.
You heard people say that, right?
That's right.
I've heard people say, yo, man, they act like they hate you. Because the treatment breeds hate. Okay? I cannot let my emotions get the best of me because I would violate these commandments. Because I don't like you. Okay? I don't like the way you spoke to me. Okay? But what you said is not a violation.
Mm-hmm.
This person. I gotta watch myself and treat him. And that's only with my brother. Okay? Because we weren't around heathen. We were around our own people. We had our own society and our own community.
Yeah.
And that's why these laws were upheld by these people. When they stopped doing these laws, this is when they started doing dirtiness to everybody. Everybody started doing dirty. I do you dirty, you do me dirty. I lay down with your wife. I steal from you. I lie on you. I frame you, get you set up. That's what they did. That's what Jezebel, she hired vain men, base men, men of Belial, men that are worth nothing. Men, they were Israelites, but they didn't do these commandments. And however they were, that's their way. They went by their own thing. She went to those guys because if you go to a holy man, you go to a godly man, you're not going to be able to pay him to lie on somebody. You're not going to be able to do that. So she knew I could go to these guys because they'll do it. And they did it. They said that the man spoke against God and the king, blasphemed the name of the Lord. That was it. So you got to watch your two witnesses too. But the two witnesses could be lying. God did say 2 or 3 witnesses, but then now people advance in the wickedness over the years. So I know the rules. I know I need 2 witnesses. So look, me and you gonna get our story straight when we go to court. You can't do that either. You can't go to the courts, the actual courts downtown, and lie. It's best to keep your mouth shut. Don't say nothing. Don't go up there making a story so that you could get off, or this person could get off, or you can get the money. Most of the time it's to get the money. Okay? Even when you're pushing for a lawsuit, you gotta be truthful.
You got the money?
You gotta be truthful. All of those are scams also. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart. So much stuff go down in Israel because brothers have hate for each other. And if you sit them down and ask them,
what happened? What's the reason?
you're just going to hear a bunch of complaints from grown men.
That's right.
That's it. Very rarely you say, oh, wow. Okay, but that's not the way to handle that either.
Yeah.
You doing the same thing he's doing. And you're broadcasting it.
Right.
And now I got people who are on my side. And he got people on his side. And that's how Israel always stayed divided. From back then. That's how it always is. When God said unity, man, so beautifully compared it to the oil that run down Aaron's beard down to the skirts of his garment. That is metaphorically beautifully put by God. He said that was a sight that was beautiful to him.
That's right.
When the anointing oil come down on the pride from the high priest, that was beautiful to him. Now, it was compared to when you guys unite together. But we don't look at God and say, hey, God said that's beautiful. Okay, we're gonna say it's beautiful too. We don't look at that. What God says is beautiful, we don't pay attention.
God is beautiful with us.
Promise you.
Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin upon him.
Now, there are people who you can rebuke. There are people who you can't rebuke.
Right.
That's the scorn. Yeah, that's how it goes. Certain people, no matter what you tell them, is going to be a problem. They don't want you telling them nothing. They know what they're doing. You understand that?
Right.
So when you come to say, and rebuke, don't always, when you hear the word rebuke, it doesn't, sometimes they say, yo, man, chill, man. Rebuke come like that.
That's right.
Sometimes rebuke comes like, hey, man, stop it, man.
Come hard.
Sometimes it comes hard. It comes at the level that you're pushing out.
That's right.
Whatever you pushing out, that's the level that it comes on.
That's right.
Okay? Anything your parents tell you, any correction from them, any rebuke from them, you better accept it. Any suggestion, wish, or all these things. Listen, oh, man, I wish you would stop. Stop.
Right. That's right.
You understand what I'm saying?
That's right.
These are the things that's gonna help close the breach. You understand what I'm saying? Rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin upon him. Now, it's hard to rebuke Israelites today because everybody do the law different. Everybody do the law the way they want to do the law. So when you come rebuking him in this law, he say, oh man, nah, I ain't violating. I'm performing the commandments. He just say right in here, So it's all messed up right now. At least back then, when somebody rebuked you, the standard was on the law.
Right.
There was no ifs, ands, or buts in all that. So it's either you're wrong or you're right. But now it's a bunch of gray area. Now everybody's wickedness is exceeded. So they play games with these commandments. All right? So what God is saying is, instead of talking about your brother and his violation, or your sister and her violation, somebody needs to talk to him. Somebody needs to speak to him. Person, most preferably a person that they would easily listen to. Hey, you know what? He listens to you, or she'll listen to you better than me. And that's the person, the best candidate to rebuke is nothing but correction.
Mm-hmm.
Rebuke is correction for the better.
Right.
That's the goal. For you to realize it. Okay? Time sheet.
Thou shalt not avenge,
Uh-huh.
nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am the Lord.
Okay, see, there's certain treatment with each other that serve God. We can't take vengeance on each other. This is Joseph is an example of taking vengeance. Because at the end of that whole situation, what he told them, don't worry about that. I'm not mad at y'all. He said, look, it was of God.
Mm-hmm.
God makes that happen. It takes a godly man. It takes a godly man, high-stepping godly man.
Joseph was high to disregard all those
that.
things.
Now he had years to get over that if it was like that, right? But see, today people have years to get over it, and they don't get over it. They hold on to it, and it gets stronger and metastasized, and it turns into hate. And this is where the treatments be coming from. And because I hate you so much, I disregard the commandment and I jam myself.
Joseph was something else.
Joseph is an example. These people are an example. Yo, man. And look. We're not talking about no outsiders, heathens, or enemies. This is amongst brethren. Okay? They threw him in the pit and they was going to kill him.
I told you I must not sin against others.
Okay? They was going to kill him. He said, man, the lad cried out. When they grabbed him up, he cried out. Because you are the last guys to be doing this to me. Man. If anybody's going to do this, it should be anybody else. This is not how we're supposed to do it. And I didn't do nothing to you. I didn't violate.
That's right.
I didn't even violate. I was showing favor. And that's all it takes for you to get shown favor from God, parents, a girl, a bunch of people. And you're going to have somebody that's jealous of that. You know why? Because they're full of pride. Joseph wasn't full of pride. That's why he was able to forgive his brothers. And what they did was some horrendous stuff, man. They did some horrendous stuff. And then fake the kill. Fake the kill because he died. He disappeared. They don't know what happened. So they went back and told their father he's dead. Mm-hmm. Do you know what they did to that man?
Oh, man.
For years.
Oh, man.
He wasn't the same ever since they told him this.
That's right.
Y'all know that, right?
Yeah.
Joseph was down every day.
In the streets.
Every day he was
angry.
He was not the same.
Yeah. Until he seen his face.
He said, now I could die.
He said, now I could die.
When he found out his son was alive,
it livened him up.
Man.
Woke him up.
Man. He was a new man. And what he said, now I could die.
That's right. Peace. That's right.
That means, man, if you didn't get to see that boy, he was gonna go down to the grave. Heaviness and stress. That's not a good thing.
No.
Not a good thing.
No.
That was heavy. But look, on their end, they had to do what they had to do to show that they were that they're sorry for that. Right?
Right.
And Joseph said, man, look at Esau. Esau said, man, don't worry about that. I ain't mad no more.
Yeah, he didn't worry about that.
I was mad. No. We get mad at each other. Sometimes I annoy you. Sometimes you do things that get me upset. What's wrong with this guy? Why don't you, right? But it's a limit. There's a short limit to that.
There gotta be a limit.
You don't stay on that. You don't stay with that attitude with your brethren.
That's right. That's right.
You don't stay with that, man.
That's right.
Where's the love? Love hides a multitude of faults. There are times, because I love you and because you love me, we're going to let things pass. I forget about it. That's how God is with us. He loved David.
Yes, he did.
David got to the point in his life where God loved David and how he carried himself.
That's right.
And see, how you carry yourself, what fuels how you carry yourself? Your ways. Said he behaved himself wisely in his going out and his coming in. Okay, he succeeded in everything he set his hands to do.
That's right.
Okay, because this boy here is no fault in him from young. And then he was born with a certain spirit in him, a certain heart. God said, man, you got a heart like me. He got a lot of qualities that I got. This guy got it. He popped up like that. Yeah, he was a special dude. Mm-hmm. So, you know what, man? I don't like what you did. Don't like what you did. You set off some stuff what you did there with Bathsheba. He said, but you're not going to die for that. I'm not going to pass judgment upon you for that. Mm-hmm. Okay? Matter of fact, you're going to forget about it. I'm erasing it. If I erase it, I forget about it. God said he will not mention. There's going to be a time when you're going to face God, right? And depending on how you live with his laws in this life that he gave you to borrow, right?
That's right.
That's how it goes. When you go there now, if you die and get faithful to God's commandments, not going to mention none of your faults, none of your past, because you corrected it. Right? You stopped and you corrected it. Okay? So now God is fair. He's not going to bring up those faults. You're doing good, then, man, we shoot each other down quick. We shoot everything down quick. Man showing effort, woman showing effort. Something you probably supposed to be doing.
You shoot it down.
You shoot it down. And to encourage the person. What is this?
Sometimes you gotta.
The goal is for everybody to serve God, not to step on each other's heads to get to God.
Right.
Y'all understand that? Right. It's a crab in a barrel effect that we have with us, and it's our stinking ways. Right. And even with serving God, I want to go like this. Yeah, me God, and push you down. Right. And I'm not even correct. And I'm pushing you down because you're not correct. All that got to stop.
Can't serve God like
can't serve God like this.
Can't get to God like that.
You're too wrapped up emotionally in who you don't like and who you hate. Mm-hmm. That's why you got a grudge. Right. That's why you want revenge. Some people want revenge and nothing was done to them. Yeah, watch, all right, wait, see. Right. But what happened? You act like you got a vendetta against him. What did he do? David said, what have I done? What have I done? Is there not a cause? You know what that means? What is the cause of this man wanting me to die? Yeah. Of this guy treating me like this? Of this attitude? Of this cold shoulder? What is the cause? When a person speaks like that, I know. I said, nah, man, I can perceive that person ain't done nothing. The problem is you, or you guys, or all of you. All you gotta do is stay in the book. It'll show you. It'll show you the characters of people. And it'll show you how to make a difference. It's a distinction. Okay? I cannot let no situation get me out of my place. Thomas,
You shall keep my statutes.
you shall keep my statutes. What are his statutes?
Shabbat.
Okay. Shabbat is one, the first one of his own statutes, the oldest in the first one. And then you got every day that God said to observe. And we got in Leviticus 23. And we got the new moons. Okay? We can even follow the weaning of a child, of a baby. What Abraham did. He threw a party.
That's right.
Because the child was about to be weaned off the breast milk. Off the
Okay.
breast milk. These are our customs.
Right.
Okay? The heathen don't do that. If they breastfeed, they don't do that. They don't say, hey man, my son stopped breastfeeding, I'm gonna throw a party. Do they? This is what they throw a party for. They say, hey man, I just got a new apartment. I'm throwing a party in that apartment.
It's my son's
Okay.
birthday.
No. Listen. Housewarming.
Yeah, that's
You gotta watch out for that too. Hey man, it's a birthday? No, it's not a birthday, but it's a housewarming. This guy's celebrating his new house. See, there's a lot of celebrations that come with these things. Okay? Okay, anniversary. Me and my wife's anniversary. Abraham ain't said nothing about him and Sarah's anniversary. Not one marriage mentioned anything about an anniversary of their marriage. We don't celebrate the anniversary of our marriage. The anniversary of your birth. That's your birthday. See, all these are anniversaries of certain things that we don't commemorate or take a memorial of. Okay? That's why we shoot birthdays down so hard. And as you read in the Apocrypha and in the Old Testament, all the birthdays were done by heathens. Look, we ain't even read about Ahab or Manasseh celebrating his birthday. Right or wrong?
No.
And they followed all the way to the heathen. We didn't hear about that. You know why? But in the back of their head, they knew what they was doing. And they knew it was not God. And that's where the birthdays came from. All kings celebrated their birthday. Certain kings celebrated their birthday every month.
Mm-hmm.
We read that last week.
That's right.
And on the birthday of Antiochus Epiphanes, they killed Israelites. That's what they did on birthdays. Heathens, birthdays, they killed. The best present to have is a dead Israelite. Y'all understand that? That wasn't a day for us to celebrate.
That's right.
Jeremiah cursed the day of his birth.
Mm-hmm.
All right? He cursed the man that delivered the news to his father that it was a man child. He said, curse him too. He said, curse my life, curse me. I should have been born. You value your life. The only value you should have to your life is in the service of God. This is why you exist. This is why you were created to serve God. All right? But the worldly things got you caught up. Worldly things. So your service is split 50 or 60-40. Some people 90-10. Tell you.
Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind.
Okay. Keep the cows with the cows. You keep the sheep with the sheep. You keep the goats with the goats. Just keep them separated.
Birds with
Okay?
the
Birds, everything, every animal stays with its kind. Okay? God is not down with mixing the sexuality of animals.
Right.
Different animals. Okay? Because they're gonna procreate. They're gonna have sex. They're gonna jump on each other. They don't know better. You understand me? When you got animals together, that's the thing. They're gonna try to mate. It's gonna try to jump on each other. But you're two different kinds of beasts. Got to keep them separated. because that's what they do. That's how they get down. They're not going to go in the bedroom like us, privacy. They're going to do it right there. So you got to keep them separated. Don't let them gender. Gender, male and female. Male and female cohabitate. That's how the female get pregnant. That's how the female beast get pregnant. So God said, don't let the cows and the goats be together. Don't let the sheep and the oxen be together. Okay? All animals stay with their kind, and you had divisions. They can't get to the other ones. Don't you?
Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seed.
We didn't sow our field with mingled seed. Now, a lot of things, most fruits and vegetables, of course, bread. We don't have farms. We don't plant our own stuff. That got taken from us. We don't own crops. Okay? Now, you have basic fruits. What are the basic fruits? Apples.
Grapes.
Remember, all of these fruits that we're naming has to have a seed in it. Because in Genesis, it says, whose seed is in itself. Okay? Because certain fruits grow without seeds. Man didn't touch it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? When the wind blows pollen, nectar, seeds from trees. It blows it off. It goes in the dirt. It rains. The rain pounds it in. It waters the dirt, and you get a tree to grow. Mm-hmm. This is called pollinization. That happens on its own. That's been going on. Ever since God created trees and flowers, that's what goes on. Okay? That's a natural thing that happens. Okay? Mm-hmm. You have no control over that. God does not want you to plant two seeds of a different fruit or vegetable together. You got a seed, that one seed goes by itself. God don't like mixing things. And it becomes an abomination when you do that. And you're eating abominations. Now there are like nectarines. That's a known fruit that they took a peach and an apple, a peach seed and an apple seed, and they put that together. Mm-hmm. That's what this is talking about. Leave the fruits that God gave us the way it is, plant the seed, grow it, and eat it. But when you start mixing it and splicing it with other seeds, this is what you got here, mingled seed, which is an abomination. No other people live like this. People don't care if seeds is in fruits or not. They got seedless watermelons now. I never thought I would see that before. The one fruit that got so much seeds in it don't have seeds in it now. They grow with them like that now on purpose. Because I don't want to get out just eat for greed. Mm-hmm. For convenience. Some shit.
Neither shall the garment mingled of linen and woolen come upon thee.
Mixed fabrics, shahatnez. Okay? If it's cotton, it has to be 100% cotton, 100% wool, 100% linen. We can't wear 10% one fabric and 90% of another fabric, or 50-50. Or sometimes I see 99% cotton, 1% something else. Okay? And you can't wear something that's mixed of cotton, the fabrics, the threads are mixed like cotton, like linen and woolen. That's an example. Because these are the fabrics we wore. We were allowed to wear 100% linen, 100% wool, but we cannot weave them together, okay, into a fabric, into a piece of material. Okay? God forbids that. There's a science to all these things. See, when you go against all these rules here, it has an effect on your body, it has an effect on your spirit. In this particular moment here with the fabrics, when you wear mixed fabrics, you violate your skin. You know your skin has frequencies. Your body gives off frequencies. God made us He made everything. Everything gives off frequencies. We just don't see it and know it. Okay, but man has machines now that they can put next to you and detect electricity in you. So we give off frequencies, right? And it will affect your skin and your spirit when we got the wrong frequency on our skin. The wrong fabrics give off frequencies also. Our match is 100% linen, 100% wool, 100%. You understand me? Because that's all they wore. Now, they didn't wear cotton over there. They didn't grow cotton over there. But cotton is a 100% cotton. That's mostly in everything you got here. But make sure it says 100%. Mm-hmm. Oh, we take the tags off. We take the tags off our shirts. Because those tags are not 100%. Just to make sure. Okay? That way you know for real, okay, none of my underwear is mixed.
That's right.
The woman's underwear cannot be mixed.
That's right.
So you got to take time out and go. Same way we go online and search out all other stuff. You can search out these things. They exist.
That's right.
Okay? And that way you're making sure now you're in line with these commandments.
Yeah.
Your sheets, your curtains, blankets, your pillowcases, all fabrics, anything that is a fabric in your house has to be 100%. Talk shoot.
And whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid, betrothed to an husband, and not at all redeemed, no freedom given her, she shall be scourged.
In the Hebrew it says, there shall be a
Diligent
inquisition,
inquiry,
meaning investigation.
Investigation.
You don't beat her. We didn't beat the woman. We gave him a bill of divorcement. And I still didn't even see that in the book. David could have wrote a bill of divorcement to Michal, right?
That's right.
I said, man, bring her back to me, man. You don't have to have, look, he didn't have sex with her no more either. That's still his wife.
Right.
Okay? That's still ownership. And whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid. Now this is a slave. A woman that's a slave. Once you see the word bond means she's bonded to her master. There's no leaving.
Right.
Okay, so that's a slave. He said, and any dude that just come up and lay with her, right? And this certain bondmaid, this certain slave was engaged, okay, to a man. That's her husband. Even though they didn't get married yet, she's engaged means promised to.
Right.
Okay, about to be married to this person. I'm engaged to you. So that means engaged means we're about to lock our lives together. Engaging. We're going to engage together. Okay? You cannot lay down with a woman or have sex with a woman that is engaged. Oh, but she's not married yet. I gotta get her before she married this guy. Once the engagement is set, she's off limits. You not supposed to be in no man's face. The only man face you waiting to be in front of is the man that is promised to you. So this guy, he sleep with the bondmaid that's betrothed to her husband and not at all redeemed, nor freedom given her. She wasn't redeemed by nobody. She wasn't free. Nobody came to redeem her. She belongs to this guy. So guess what happened? We got to find out what's going on. Okay? They shall not be put to death because she was not free. Read.
They shall not be put to death because she was not free. And he shall bring his trespass offering unto the
So
Lord.
the situation still goes on. He shall bring his trespass offering unto the Lord. Why? Because you still slept with someone who is engaged. She was betrothed. is still a violation. Okay? That woman's been tampered with. You understand that now? So now you got to bring a trespass offering because that act that he did, he trespassed. Hey man, get off my property. You trespassing, right? So my wife is my property, and when you lay with her, you trespassed on my property. That's why it's called a trespass offering. Certain violations, you overstepped on something that didn't belong to you, and that you make that up with a trespass offering. Some shit.
And he shall bring his trespass offering unto the Lord, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, even the ram for a trespass offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering before the Lord for a sin which he had done. And the sin which he had done shall be forgiven him. And when ye shall come into the land, and shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then you shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be uncircumcised unto you.
They leave it. When it says uncircumcised, meaning they didn't touch it. It's untouched. You don't cut nothing. When you perform a circumcision, you're cutting flesh, you're cutting skin. So this word is used in the format of you going out there and cutting anything down. For 3 years, you don't go and take nothing in. You leave that out there. Okay? And what happened?
But in the 4th year, all the fruits thereof shall be holy to praise the Lord withal.
You send that up, you send that to the priest. Okay? Read.
Leviticus chapter 19, verse 25. And in the 5th year shall ye eat the fruits thereof, that it may yield unto you the increase thereof. I am the Lord your God. Ye shall not eat anything with the blood.
All right. Come on. You shall not eat anything with the blood. So we all in agreement that blood shall not be eaten.
Right.
Everybody agrees to that.
Right.
We all agree that. We all know that we shouldn't eat blood. So your procedures with these animals are supposed to be taken in precaution to get all of the blood out. These people got the blood out in the slaughtering of the animal. They didn't rush it. They didn't, you see, you got people, they'll kill the animal and they won't wait for all the blood to come out. Okay? And they'll cut it up and shove it, put it on the grill. And you can see it's red. Blood is what makes it, that's the blood you see. That's not the meat.
Right.
Sure. Did you ever get cut? You ever got cut, a deep cut, and before you see blood, you saw white.
Yeah.
They said cut them to the white.
White. Then it starts.
That's the color of flesh. All flesh is white. Our flesh, animal flesh, all organisms that have flesh. Okay? Once you draw all the blood out of it, it has no color. So like Chief Shama said last night in teachers, well, if you can't get according to your knowledge, you can't get the blood out the same day. You shouldn't be eating it the same day.
Right.
Because they didn't eat with the blood. But I tell people over and over again, chop the head off, get that head completely off. And be patient and let the blood run. God said, let it hit the ground. He said, it shall pour out the blood. The body of that animal is pouring out blood. It's gushing out like a fire hydrant.
Right.
So you gotta wait until that stops totally, man. There's not one drop coming out.
Yeah.
Now the blood is out. That's how they got the blood out. They didn't have refrigerators. Okay? You did your own slaughter. You went in the backyard and did your own kill. Everybody knew how to kill their animals to get the blood out. Trust you.
Neither shall you use enchantments nor observe times.
Now, in the world of the witchcraft world, you got to eat blood. You got to drink blood on purpose. Okay? In order to do this stuff. That's the way of that stuff. Okay? The rules of that is you got to eat like this to do enchantment or spells, or observe times, which is the telling of the future, divination. So that all of those things come from horoscope and astrology.
It's fascinating that you're asking about the connection between eating habits.
That was Google was listening to me about the diet. Enchantments or spells, observing times, is divining. Divining is when you tell people their future.
Right.
I see in your future you're going to do this. People reading your, but don't let nobody in school look at your hand and say, let me read your future. Don't let them do that. Okay? Don't let nobody do that. Because kids do that in school. Okay? Yeah. It's all locked in with the astronomy and the astrology and your birthdays. So you don't eat nothing with the blood, and you cannot use enchantment or observe times. Top sheet.
You shall not round the corners of your heads, neither shalt thou mar the corners of thy beards.
All right, now give that to me in Hebrew.
Lo takwipu. Takwipu, the Greek word is kwipa. It means you should not skim off.
Okay, so I can't touch or skim off
or pay out.
A
side section, like
a side. See, the side, this is my sides. That's what they call these sideburns. I can't skim off a side,
a side section, lock,
a
or
section, curl. A lock or curl. So that means you can't touch it at all. I can't go skimming coming down there. I can't do that. I can't take lineups. When you get the thing and you got that sharp line all over, you skimming off and you make it indentations and it's going to the scalp. You're not supposed to see my scalp. Tamshi in Hebrew.
Of your head. With lo tashki, you should not mar or corrupt. Et payout, a side section, lock or curl. Zekwaneka, of your beard.
Of your beard. So your beard, right, and your head has sections, sides, locks, and curls. So that covers your whole head. And that covers your whole beard. Does that make sense now? Because it says corners. The corners is the extremities of everywhere where your hair grows on your face, which is your beard, and your head. Now your beard and the hair in your head, it joins at the sides. That's why they call it sideburns. And here, everybody's hair, you can't cut that down. You can shorten it. If my hair was all the way here, I can cut it short. I still got a lock. If I take the whole lock off, I violate. Y'all understand now? And they didn't touch their beards. They didn't touch their beards. Zafam means mustache. Okay? When it said Mephibosheth, it said shaved his beard. See, in the English, it said he shaved his beard. But when you look the word up for beard in that verse, it says Zafam. That is mustache. Because your hairs, man, can go over your lips. It can go over your lips and go all up in your mouth in the corners. So you are allowed to shape this up, your mustache. But you are not allowed to shape this up or touch this, according to what we just read. But see, the corners, you didn't catch what the corners. Corners mean all sides, section, locks, and curls. The whole area. It covers the whole area where hair grows on your head and on your chin and on your sides of your face. That's what makes up your beard.
You should not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead.
Now, it's an old Hamite custom where when someone dies, they will cut themselves. They will cut their faces. They will put marks on their faces. This is their religion. It's a Hamite religion. Everybody has a different way of worshiping the dead when a person dies, except in Israel. Okay? They mark themselves, cut themselves for the dead. And what else? Nor print any marks upon you.
The Hebrew word is
The
uk tobet kwa kwa. The writings of
the
tattoos.
writings. You're etching writings in your skin.
If you have
Etched in
tattoos,
writings.
let it
That's
go.
called a tattoo. You can get rid of it. Whoever had tattoos before you learned about the way of life, right? It's okay. All is not well. Get some money, find out, it don't take that much. You probably got a health plan. But I know people who went and got them removed. It's best to go get it removed. Because while you still have it on you, you're a walking in abomination. So at some point in life, you got to get rid of that. But we don't mark ourselves for the day. We don't put tattoos on us. Okay, and that was the beginning of tattoos, was worshiping of the dead. Now it's made like, funny. Nobody has to die for you to get a tattoo. You see how common it's been made? How a worship of a deity or dead people became something, a trend that everybody does. That ain't nothing wrong with that. Everybody got tattoos. All on their neck. Woman got it all over here. They specialize in this. Okay? Tattoos and piercings. All those weird piercings, you gotta leave alone. So the woman wore earrings and nose jewels. That was it. There was nothing else pierced on their bodies. Okay? Any other part of your body, you serve another god. Did y'all ever see that movie 300?
Yeah.
You remember the man who represented the Persian king? Did you see how he had earrings in his nose, on his lips, over here, out his throat? All these things, those are African customs, okay? They inflict pain upon themselves, and that's how they worship their deities. So that's where a lot of that comes from. Tamshi.
Do not prostitute thy daughter, to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom, and the land become full of wickedness.
Do not prostitute thy daughter. Back in, there was a certain time in the world, in the ancient world, where times is tough, you don't have no money, you would take your daughter and put her to prostitute to sell her body for the money. And she will go and sell her body and bring food and money back to the house. Right? God said, I don't want y'all to do that. I don't want y'all to live like them. I don't want y'all to be like them. These are the things gonna make you holy. You can't give up your daughter. You can't be like the Hittites and the Jebusites. Everybody does that. The Greeks do it. Okay? You can't do that. Because what she has, that virginity that she has, is precious.
It's very precious.
It's sacred.
We gotta teach our daughters these things.
God look on it as a value, but the woman don't have a value.
It's so valuable.
Okay.
What you gotta give up? The price of a
house.
house.
Of a house. Yeah. You gotta have some money. If you ain't got enough money to buy a house or at least an apartment, you should leave that alone. Okay? You shouldn't be having sex, period, if you're not married. How about that one? I want to hear somebody disagree with that one. According to here, what I read, you don't have sex until you're married. Even when you're engaged, there is no sex. Promise to, meaning you and him are going to get married on this day, no matter how long. It could be 2 days from now, 2 years from now. Until then, you belong to him. These things are not taken seriously in Israel. I have yet to see the tokens of a damsel's virginity. Okay? There's a lot of women that was born in the way of life. No tokens. No tokens, brother. You know what the tokens is, right? The sheep or on her symbol is the blood. Because all virgins bleed the first time they get penetrated. This is proof that she was a virgin. She takes that. The man don't take. He don't touch that. That's her responsibility. That's her coverage. She takes that and wraps that up and delivers it to her father or mother. Okay? This is proof that my child, my daughter, was virgin. Because this guy here going around saying, "Ah, man, you don't want her no more. I don't want her no more." But she nagged me. But she get on my nerve. "Oh, man, come on, man. Give me some room. You took her virginity. You're the first man that she's been with. She's going to be stuck on you. That's what she was made for. God said her desire shall be yours. Now that you got one that gives you your desire, you don't want her. You want the unruly woman. You want the outlandish woman. You want the strange woman because you like strange things. Because you're strange. Yeah. Admit it to yourself. That's why it's not working. It's not all the time the woman's fault. It's not all the time the woman's fault. But the women still have to stay in their place. Let God take care of them situations. Yeah. Nobody gets away. The man either. It's a two-way thing. I have a job, you have a job. I have commands, you have commands. Right or wrong? The man has commandments, the woman has some too.
That's right.
The first one was, you're going to allow him to rule over you. God didn't tell Adam, "Yo, I want you to run her, rule her, man.
No.
Don't let her get away with."
She got to allow herself to.
God made his creation.
That was
and
a
he
command.
knows you can only run me if I allow it. I have to accept this. So he went to the woman. Said, "Look, allow him to rule. Let him have the first and the last word." That's what that means. Right or wrong? That's all you can look. Let him have the first and last word. Whether you see, the thing is, you get, "Oh man, but that's against the law." And who did? Which is Manasseh's wife, never went up to him and said, "Ish, you gotta stop. You're serving these idols." She never walked him there. Never corrected him. That man corrected himself. He corrected himself and was accepted again by God. And because of she staying in her place, look, no man was worse than Manasseh. Your husband ain't all that bad. Manasseh was something else. He did injustice to people. People got murdered. People got things taken from them. Not only did he bow down to other idols, he did a lot of stuff to the people. And he caused them to sin. And the one, whoever complained, one person that ain't had nothing to say was his wife. And that's why they passed all of their tests. They were put through things that we would fail. Our feelings would make us fail those tests with God. Okay? The men and the women. And the children too. Yeah, the children, we say the men and the women, you can't leave them out. They talk a lot. They got a lot of voices. So now when it comes to correcting, they got to be in it too. They got to recognize their place too. We give them too much. Some situations, the mother override the father, but she don't make sure the child is living by God's law. But you said the Most High is in your heart. No, he's not. Because I don't see it in your child. You're not making sure the child know about God the way you do. Let that man guide and teach him.
That's right.
That's your personal problem. See, we have personal problems with each other. And a lot of times we let it get in the way of things that have to be done. Okay? So we got to stop that. We got to stop that. All of this is why we got whores and whoremongers. Because I'm so busy going at it with my woman and she's so busy going at it with me, right? Guess what? Somebody else teaching that child. And it ain't what they getting taught is not godly. They're going to have the same mindset as these ratchet kids out here today. Then you're gonna want to know why. Oh, man, you did that. Tell she.
You shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am the Lord. Regard not them that have familiar spirits, not to seek after wisdom.
Don't pay attention to them that have familiar spirits. All right, a person that has a familiar spirit is a person that can get in contact with the spirit of the dead, like the witch of Endor. All right, the king he didn't have no contact with God. God cut all contact with him. He got desperate and went to a witch. He went to a witch and told the witch to call up Samuel's spirit. Samuel's spirit was laying down, chilling somewhere. Samuel was dead already. And you have people that do that today. They call them familiars, okay? Or mediums. That person stands between, they contact the dead for the living. Okay? And you have a lot of nations back then, when things was going on and they don't have God, right? But they had questions. So what they did was they went to these familiar spirits. They picked up certain spirits in the dead and asked them questions, because that's what Saul did. You see what Saul did? When he came up, he said, yo, I can't get no answer by God, by Urim or Thummim. And the Philistines is on me right now. What do I do? That's what he brought him up for. Mm-hmm. He didn't get that answer. He never got that answer. He said, wait, man. This is why you disturbed me? He said, man, God cut you off, and you think I'm going to have an answer from you? He said, behold, tomorrow at this time, thou and thy son shall be with me. I'm not answering that. You're doing too much right now. Okay? Mm-hmm. You have people who really live by these things. Okay? A lot of women are into it. A lot of women, you got to pick your men, you got to pick your women too.
That's right.
A lot of women are into spiritualism.
Yoruba.
Okay, spiritualism
is the main religion for women.
Yoga.
Not any women doing that.
Certain exercises you shouldn't do. They all come from yoga. All these things, it's not for you. It's a worship of another god.
Majority is women.
Okay. A lot of
Yoruba.
Most of the fortune tellers are women. Right or wrong? You always see a gypsy. Right or wrong? You never see a man. You always see a woman. And it attracts women. They wear stones, magic stones. All those crazy stones, leave it alone. Wear regular silver and gold and diamonds. Okay? Leave the rest of those stones alone. Some of those stones have purposes that are not for you. Tells you.
Regard not them that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards, to be defiled by them. I am the Lord your God.
Regard not them that have familiar spirits. Don't go to somebody to try to contact your uncle who died. He hid $1 million, but he died before he got to tell you. So you go to this person, which is, they call it today a medium. You go to them and say, look, man, I want you to bring up my Uncle Steve. His name is Steve. This is one of his socks. I never washed it. This is some of the, yeah, they do all these things. And then they get in contact with the man, spirit. He's dead. And then he said, well, look, ask him where he hid the money in. The purpose is to find out an answer. That's why people do these things. That's why God said, I have not suffered you to do so. I have not suffered you to be abominable. But you got to be abominable to get this stuff. Mm-hmm. You get answers too. You go ahead and mess with it, but then there's a price to pay. Heavy price to pay. That's a mark. But you may not be able to get up off you because you know better. Tells you.
Thou shalt rise up before the hoary head.
The hoary head is the person who gray.
Mhm.
He still got black in his beard. You better not get up. You ain't got to get up.
The word hoary
The hoary
in the
is
Hebrew
fully
is
covered.
Seba.
Okay? And the Seba
means gray head.
gray head.
Gray.
Okay?
Just have to be gray.
Gray head. But it has to be gray. Every hair has to be gray. Am I right or wrong? Okay. Touch you. And that's for our people. That's not for if you on the city bus and the dude.
Not me.
I'm not getting up
I
there.
ain't getting on the trade, constantly getting up.
You don't
Not
serve
me.
God.
I'm
I honor the old and the elderly that serve God. This is how you honor the elderly that serve God. Touch you. And if
a stranger sojourn with thee in your land, you shall not vex him.
I was talking about that earlier. Somebody of a different race or nation, or whatever background they come from, they come and want to learn about God. You got to be the example and show them and help them to cause them, make it easy, make their road easy towards God. You know more than them. You explain how things go, why we do certain things, okay? So that they won't feel left out. You don't want a person come around you to serve God and feel left out. What the eunuch say? I am a dry tree. You don't want him to say that. Well, man.
Leviticus chapter 19, verse 34. But the stranger that dwelleth with you shall be unto you as one born among you. And thou shalt love him as thyself, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. You shall not do unrighteousness in judgment, in meat yard, in weight, or in measure.
You gotta be right in everything you do. It all matters. You have to be correct. In meat yard, to your scales, you're a merchant, you're selling things. You have to the weight of the value has to be according to the weight. Okay?
Question.
Question.
When the witch of Endor supposedly contacted Samuel's spirit, why did she have to call him to come up to the earth rather than come down from heaven? Was he in heaven or?
Okay. Now, everything that's in the Old Testament is true. I want to clarify something. Nothing is allegedly or supposedly. We don't use those words when we're talking about anything in the Torah or the Old Testament, because everything is a fact. Okay? Now, it said that she saw gods ascending from the earth. They came from the earth, from the bottom of the earth. All spirits go down. They go down. All spirits, everybody, the good and the bad, all spirits go down.
They don't go to heaven.
Nobody goes to heaven.
Nobody goes to heaven.
That's why the spirit came from out of the and go down the
and you have sections down.
Okay.
Chambers.
Now, when you get down there, according to how you live with God's laws, okay, you died. When you died, you was living these commandments. You go over there. They call that the lot of the righteous. There's a space down there in the realm of the dead where the righteous spirits go. And there's a space in the realm of the dead where wicked spirits go.
Right.
I read that in the Psalms and in Proverbs. Okay? But everybody's spirit when you die goes down.
Right.
Okay? You go down to it's called the place of the dead, which is called Sheol.
Sheol.
It's not heaven or heaven.
That's right. It's the place where
you go to get classified.
That's right.
Your spirit gets classified. Okay? When you die, your spirit does not go to heaven. The only ones that went up and they didn't die was Enoch, Elijah, and Ezra. Okay? They went up into the heavens. Okay? But they didn't die. Those was three special men. Everybody else. David said, behold, I go the way of all the earth. Okay? Our flesh gets buried 6 feet deep, and our spirit goes deeper. And then it goes to where God, judgment, appoints you to go. Okay? Hopefully that answers the question. Tamshi, verse 35.
Just balance, just weight, just ephah, and a just hit shall ye have. I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt. Therefore shall you observe all my statutes and all my judgments and do them. I am the Lord your God.
Therefore you shall observe all my statutes and my judgments and do them. I am the Lord your God. That's a lot. You got a lot to cover. So that's why you got to keep your head in this book. Because if you don't keep your head in this book, you're going to be messing up with commandments and laws and you won't even know.
That's right.
When somebody come and tell you, you'll be like, what? And then when they show you, you'll be like, wow, I didn't know. You didn't know because you don't read. You didn't know because you wasn't listening. Okay? Don't get easily distracted. Everything that we read here is for us. Okay? Go to Proverbs. Proverbs chapter 16.
Proverbs chapter 16.
Got it?
Proverbs chapter 16. The preparation of the heart of man and the answer of the tongue is from the Lord.
You know what that means? You can prepare, you can say what you want, but the conclusion of the matter, God got that. At the end of everything, the answer is coming from the Lord. Okay? Time sheet.
All the ways of man are clean in his own eyes.
You righteous in your own eyes. Yeah. He said all the ways of a man are clean in his own eyes. You think you're a good person, you're a stand-up person in front of God, right? Not realizing that you got a lot of ways that God don't like. But there are people, most people think they're okay. When they say I'm good, that means you're saying my ways are good before God, and they're not. That's why I said in his own eyes, meaning that's in your head. You a superhero only in your head. Okay? Time sheet.
But the Lord weigheth the spirit. Commit thy works unto the Lord.
Commit thy works unto the Lord. Know that word again. Commit. Commitment. You have to be committed to God.
And thy thoughts shall be established.
Okay? And when you commit your works to God, now the thoughts that come in your head will be correct thoughts towards doing more and keeping correct. It will be established in what? Established in the law, established in God's ways. Your mind, your thoughts will realm in the realm. Your thoughts will live in the realm of God's laws and his ways. Okay? You're not gonna go off. You're not gonna have crazy thoughts coming to you that are against. That's what it means when you're established. Time sheet.
The Lord had made all things for himself, yea, even the wicked for the day of evil. Everyone that is proud in heart is an abomination to the Lord.
That's why it's called the Lord's Day. The Lord's Day. Judgment Day. Day of the Lord. The dreadful day of the Lord. So he said the Lord had made all things for himself. Okay? You know what that means? Everything belongs to the Most High. Everything. Everybody. Ideas, aspects, everything in existence belongs to God. He made it all for himself, meaning he's the master. All right? He said, yea, even the wicked for the day of evil. He said, look, he even made wickedness for the evil one. That's a just God. Time sheet.
By mercy and truth, iniquity is purged.
All right, verse 5.
Everyone that is proud in heart is an abomination to the Lord.
Once you got pride in you, you're an abomination. You don't have to have a tattoo. You could be fully robed, everything. But once your pride is in you, God look at you like disgust with you. Because he don't like what he's seeing you. Okay? Mm-hmm. He said, everyone that's like that is an abomination to who? To God. You love yourself. You like the way you are. You wouldn't change it. No, man, I'm good, right? But God don't accept you. And what you got in you is abominable things. Type shit.
Though hand join in hand, he shall not be unpunished. By mercy and truth, iniquity is purged, and by the fear of the Lord, men depart from
He
evil.
said, by mercy and truth,
Iniquity
iniquity
is
is purged. That's purged is when you get rid of. You get rid of it. You purging iniquity with mercy and truth. Where's this going on there? Where's the purging going on there? In me, in you, in your mind, in your heart. Okay? When you use mercy, so there's going to be times, all right, for me to use mercy, I got to give it to somebody who doesn't deserve it. To show that that's how God get there. Now, you can't let everybody pass violation of the commandments. But there are times when you're going to have the power to let a person go or not. And there's times when you got to let that rock, let that pass. Don't leave it at home. That's mercy. That's the only way you're going to be able to give mercy. Because that's what we need to survive. Unfortunately. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Manasseh said God didn't impart mercy to them because they didn't sin. So mercy is for sinners. Mercy is for the evildoers, for the wicked doers, for the ones that don't do right. There's times when you got to ease up. God have mercy on me, on you. So there's times when we have to have mercy on each other. And by doing that, you will be truthful. And by being mercy and truthful, you get rid of iniquity that's in you. It's like you're exercising a demon. Tell you.
By mercy and truth, iniquity is purged, and by the fear of the Lord, men depart from evil. When a man's ways please the Lord, he maketh even the enemies to be at peace with him.
When a man's ways please the Lord, there's times when he's going to make your enemies, he's going to turn the hearts of your enemies. But usually, your ways ain't pleasing to God, so he stir up enemies. And he make this guy turn on you, and make this happen. It's never peace. When you're not peaceful with God and his laws, there's not going to be peace for you. He said he making even his enemies to be at peace with him. That's a rare thing. When your enemy is peaceful with you. When you think it's going about to be so, you say, yo, man, ain't nothing, man. God did that. All things you attribute to God. Anything that happens in your favor, you attribute that to God. God did that. And that should make you want to behave more and do more and improve better. Tell you.
Better is a little with righteousness than great revenues without right.
Better is a little. You know that? You know what that means? Better is a little. You don't have much. You don't have much. You don't have much money coming in. You're struggling. You're poor. Better to be in that situation and you're right with God. Better for a person to be poor and righteous, okay? Not have nothing, always needing, but be righteous, than what? Great revenues without right. You got great revenues. You got great resources. You got bank account. I got 401k. I got this, that, and third. All legal stuff. All legal stuff. I got money. I'm good. You know how men act when they got money? They start moving their hands like this. They start swagging different, right? That guy is not right. He got all the money. Most of the people, all of the people that got the money is not right with God. I'm talking about the world. Billionaires, super billionaires, they don't serve God. But God is saying that don't mean nothing. Don't stress yourself over money and resources and the building. Don't worry about that. Get right with God. Because you could be in that state and he gonna make little things will happen and you will be held down. God will do that. Okay? Because you're right with him. So it's better It's never going to be, most of the time, you ain't going to see people doing right with God's laws, mad rich. You're not going to see that. You're not going to see that. Because the purpose and how God deal with us, he don't deal with them the same way. Thompson.
A man's heart devises his way.
A man's heart devises his way. Yo, tomorrow I'm going to do this. I plan to do this. You plan in your heart what you going to do in future. Yeah, I'm going to start doing this. I'm going to start, right? But the Lord directed his steps. He said, a man's heart devises his way, but the Lord directed his steps. No matter what you got in your heart, God already got something cut out for you. Something good, something bad. He runs it. Okay? You can say, I'm going to do this, but God said, nah, you're going to die tomorrow. You ain't going to be able to do it. Or, like you say, he lifted up. He bring it down and he lifted up. The guy he lifted up, he was preparing to go and work in the dunghill. Yeah, and grind and sweat, not knowing God was going to lift him up from that. Lift him up was get you out of this bad position. Okay? Tongue shit.
But the Lord directed his steps. A divine sentence is in the lips of the king. His mouth transgressed not in judgment.
Whatever the king says, as if God said it. That's why I say a divine sentence is in the lips of the king. Well, a lot of times you see the kings did things, God didn't do nothing to them. They had that authority. Okay? He said his mouth transgressed not in judgment. Now, the righteous is a righteous king. Everything that come out of his mouth is as if God said it. Okay? He said his mouth is not going to transgress. He will not say nothing wrong out of his mouth in judgment. Meaning, I'm not going to judge matters unjustly. Okay? I'm going to judge. He said, guilty, righteous. I'm not going to switch it up. And the righteous guy, I treat him like he's guilty. And the guilty guy is righteous. That's what we have today.
It is an abomination to kings to commit wickedness, for the throne is established by righteousness.
It's a just weight and balance of the Lord's. God likes just fairness, equal, no cheating, no scheming, no going around, no embezzling, no skimming off, okay, no sneaking around the corner. Be straight up. This is what I'm dealing with right here. Half, when you tell a person, yo, split it down to half and share it. You will be able to see how just that person is. And I'm talking about from a child to an adult. Hey, man, take half of this. That person, make sure that it's even. They got a lot of good in it. They got a lot of good in it. But you have people who try not to do that. I'm going to put a little bit more on my plate and a little bit less. You might not notice it. You got unjust in you. You're evil and wicked. Those are evil and wicked things. Got a lot to learn, man. A lot to get, a lot to improve. You got to stop being this way. Don't let your greed take over. Okay? That strong desire to always want more of something that was given to you or didn't belong to you. You didn't work for it and you didn't pay it. You didn't pay for it. And even then, you can't be greedy with your own. Okay?
Righteous lips are the delight of kings, and they love him that speaketh right. The wrath of a king is as messengers of death.
He said, righteous lips are the delight of kings, and they love him that speaketh right. Righteous, that's only for the ones that are righteous with God. One prophet told the king, he said, thus saith the Lord, and he got killed for that. But that king wasn't right. One prophet came to a right king, which was David, and showed him his faults. And he said, I have sinned. So you see the difference? Just because this guy is a king don't mean he can't be wicked or can't be right. Some shit.
The wrath of a king is as messengers of death, but a wise man will pacify it.
The wrath of a king is as messages of death, but a wise man will pacify it. Sometimes You need the right person to talk to this person about a situation, to put water on the situation, to bring it down. You are not the right person for this matter. We have to understand where we're good, what we're good at, and what we're not good at. Okay? All right? We all have different spirits on us. So we have to match it to the situation. Yo, man, bring your pride down. You know what? This is not my job. This is something for the, you know what? Chief Shama. Chief Shama will handle this better than I would. This is his specialty. Tom Shee.
In the light of the king's countenance is life, and his favor is as a cloud of the latter rain.
He said, in the light of the king's countenance is life, and his favor is as a cloud of the latter rain.
How much better is it to get wisdom than gold, and to get understanding rather to be chosen than silver?
In order to get wisdom, you have to perform these commandments. Okay? And that will be better than you having gold. See, this is a material world we live in. And what God is showing you is there are things better than the material world. There are things better than having a lot of money. There are things better than living comfortably and all these things. You're not going to be here too long for that. It's not worth it. And that's really the reward for the people who don't serve God. You got to keep that in mind. So you have to be satisfied with what God gives you and serve him and work with that. Tells you.
The highway of the upright is to depart from evil. He that keepeth his way guards his soul.
The highway of the upright, the way of the upright, you know, highways got different highways. But this highway is the highway of the upright. All upright people will depart from evil. I don't care what evil it is. You don't say, oh, no, I ain't got nothing to do with that. No, they're going to watch what they say and be confident. They're going to remember the things they say, so they never say, well, I ain't say that, and you just say it. The whole block heard you. But now you say you didn't say it. All these things we got to watch ourselves with, right? He said, because if you are upright, you're not going to condone, tolerate, or do any evil, right? He said, and he that keepeth his way
guards his soul.
How do you keep your way?
Keep his way. God.
How do you keep your way? By doing the ways that God would like you to do. By taking on God's ways. If you take on God's ways, you're not going to be who you want to be. You're not going to be that self that's no good. That's your bad ways. I'm going to keep my way. I'm going to keep what? Keep control of myself. I'm going to stay in my place. The ones that do this preserves, in the Hebrew it says guard. He that keepeth his way guards his soul. Guard your soul from what? There is something out to try to get your spirit. You know that, right? Now and when you leave here. And how you live with God's commandments determines if you're getting protected from these things that want your soul. From things. Because there's something that's going on with the soul. There's some type of danger to the spirit that's going to be guarded from if you keep your way. Tough shit.
Pride goeth before destruction.
Pride goeth before destruction, meaning a person will be at the highest of their pride. Like he wasn't like this 3 years ago. She wasn't like this, but now it's worse. At the height of his pride. You get that right before you hit with destruction. Something gonna happen. Because he's too high. Pharaoh's pride was too high. That's why God did what he did to him. That's why he hardened his heart. He did, boy, I run that heart. Your preparations don't mean nothing. So he hardened it, and every time he hardened it, plagues. So it's like killing two birds at one stone. Breaking them down, teaching this guy a lesson, and he said he's judging that land. God visited and judged that man and the land that he ruled. So that's why he came down hard on them like that. That's why he didn't know he didn't even know God was doing it to him. Moses knew. God said, see, I have hardened his heart. He just said, you know why God always got to tell Moses that? But man, this dude is bugging. You just said you was going to let me go. And then next thing he told you, nah, man, I don't, well, he did. He changed his mind. Okay? See, when your heart gets hardened, watch what that guy did. When his heart, everything he did when his heart got hardened, we can't do that. You understand that now? We can't do it. His pride got so high, he thought he was God. God said, okay, you know what? It's time to break him. Time shoot.
Better it is to be a humble spirit with the lowly than to divide the spoils with the proud.
It said, better it is to be of a humble spirit with the lowly than to divide the spoil with the proud. Yeah, to divide the spoil with the proud, that means you were robbing, you were doing unjust things to get spoiled, right? And people who live like that, right? They think they're top. They think they're noblemen or something. Yeah, they walk around like they're kings because they only do is going around taking stuff. It's a person that is of a humble spirit with the lowly. You know what a humble spirit with the lowly is? I don't think too highly of myself. I'm not here to try to look good in front of you or impress you. I'm not trying to be the favorite or the number the best and all that. That's what better it is to be of a humble spirit with the lowly. Lowly don't mean you don't have money. Lowly means I don't have pride. My spirit is down. They say, oh man, now he's good. He's a down-to-earth person. You ever heard somebody say that? You know what down-to-earth means? You don't have pride. You're not going to get up and start thinking he's better than you and start doing other things and treatments. That's what it means. Tom Sheep.
He that handleth a matter wisely shall find good.
He that handleth a matter wisely shall find good. And we need to learn from that.
That's right.
There are matters that come up. We have to learn how to handle it wisely. For a minute, sit back and just think for a minute. Think outside the box. These are lessons to be learned from people who serve God. They know what they're talking about.
And whoso trusted in the Lord, happy is he.
Trust in God, but look, you trust in God, he ain't gonna fail you. You're gonna be happy. He said, happy is he. Man, whoever trusts in God, that's a happy man. Because he ain't letting nothing get to him. You can't bother a man that trusts in the Lord. If it happened, it happened. If it don't happen, it don't happen. Blessed be the name of the Lord. And you move on. And you move on. That's why I said that man gonna be happy. He's not gonna be stressing. He's not gonna be complaining. He's not gonna be Just put it on God. You're alive. You're able to serve him. That should be enough. Come see.
The wise in heart shall be called prudent, and the sweetness of the lips increaseth learning.
The wise in heart, the ones that wisdom come to. If you're wise in heart, that means you perform the commandments of the Lord. You depart from evil. And if you depart from evil, that means wisdom comes to you, and it's in your heart. And you're going to be called a prudent one. Prudent is a person who can govern himself. You know what that means? I discipline myself. I hold myself back. I correct myself. I yell at myself. I rebuke myself. Once you rebuking yourself with God's commandments, you're a prudent man because you're watching your ways and you're being careful. Okay? You're being careful not to violate. So in order to do that, I have to have discipline with myself. Time sheet. And the sweetness of the lips.
And the sweetness of the lips increaseth learning.
There's a way to teach. There's a way to explain. You know, there's a way to tell somebody a story. We don't know how to do that. We're very arrogant people. I'm letting you know. We're very arrogant people. We have a lot of pride in us. Okay? We got to stop this. He said, because the sweetness of the lips increases learning. sometimes you don't have to be so hard and hard. You don't have to be hard and harsh all the time. You can be easy. You can level it out. Because if I get hyped, I'm gonna get you hyped. And then we're gonna be hyped and now it's fire. Sometimes you gotta mellow out, calm down. Sweet words, good words, encouraging words. He said, oh man, I don't like that. I hate that brother. He said, oh man, don't say such a thing. That's what sweet words. He said, don't say that. He said, man, come on, don't say that, man. That's what one king said about a prophet. He said, I hate him because he never prophesied good towards me. But you got to remember, all the prophecies come from God. So that means it's not you hate him. How you going to hate me? And I was told to give you this message. I was minding my business. I was told, I was ordered to give you this message. Take it up with the person that sent the message. But now they don't do that. They kill the messenger all the time. That's why sometimes people say, oh, no, I'm not going to say nothing. I don't want to be involved. They would say, you tell them. Right or wrong. This is why people say, oh, no, because I know what I'm going to wind up getting fire and getting burnt for what you want. It's your request. And that's what the prophets went through. The prophets went through a lot. They had to go up in there. Sometimes you go in there, you're going to die. A lot of those prophets said, thus said the Lord, and they got killed. And that's what they died for. They died to prophesy the word of God. So they're good. So, oh man, why would God let them die? Yo, listen, this you don't know God. In order for you to understand God, you got to live in his commandments.
Never.
Now you know God.
That's right.
Now you're going to understand why he moved this way, why he allowed certain things to happen. Okay? Talk shit.
Understanding is a wellspring of life unto him that hath it, but the instructions of fools is folly.
Understanding is to depart from evil. When you perform the law, you depart from evil. So the understanding and the law and the pardoning of evil is a wellspring. A wellspring is something that gives life. It's a resource of life. Okay? Wellspring of life unto him that has what? Understanding. The person that depart from evil is going to receive a resource of life. Y'all get that? That don't happen now. Get that later. You're already living there. You get a resource, a wellspring. There is going to be a wellspring, and that wellspring of life is in the Garden of Eden. Because everything that you can eat in the Garden of Eden makes you immortal. You live forever. Okay, this life is borrowed. Y'all know that, right? This is a small shadow under a light. The real life is if you die faithfully in God's laws, and then you get to this wellspring of life. That's what understanding now brings you to. It tells you. But the instructions of fools is folly.
The heart of the wise teacheth his mouth, and added learning to his lips.
The heart of the wise teacheth his mouth. We control my mouth. I control my tongue, control my mouth. You know what? This ain't the time for you to say that right now. And if you sometimes I want to answer what this guy said. I said, no. Why do I want to answer that? It's foolishness anyway. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. The heart of the wise teacheth his mouth. A wise person, watch what come out of his mouth when he say it, and he gonna be careful of who. That's wise. Tough shit.
Pleasant words are as an honeycomb, sweet to the soul and health to the bone.
Pleasant words. Pleasant words. If pleasant words get you upset, you wicked. If pleasant words get you upset, you wicked, man. You really got to check yourself. The man is speaking pleasant. The woman is speaking pleasant. And you still, something wrong with you, man. It says it right here. Tough shit.
There is a way that seemeth right unto a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death.
It seemed right to you to go make this move. But when you made the move, it ended in death.
He that laboreth for himself, for his mouth craveth it of him. An ungodly man diggeth up evil, and in his lips there is a burning fire. A froward man soweth strife, and separated chief friends. A violent man,
He said, so strife, and a whisperer separated chief friends. See, all these things are not good. Man. Whispering, backbiting, putting each other down, shooting each other up. I'm better. All that stuff got to stop. Because that shows we got pride in us. We're in competition for nothing. There's enough room for everybody in the world to serve God. Shalom Aleichem. Call up the next teacher D, Chief Shama. Any questions?
I got ask a question.
Yeah, you can ask a question if you're here too. Question? Stand up.
Punch up. Good morning, family. What's your call? I had a question, right? In terms of like the discipline and stuff like that, you brought it up with multiple factors in terms of relationships. Oh, sorry. In terms of relationships, mental, and then like you know what I'm saying, like governing your family. Now, when you talk about discipline and stuff like that, you deal with temptations all the time.
Yeah.
For example, like with me, like you know,
You're gonna get tested.
Exactly. So it's like what do you like? You know what I mean? You like what would be your advice? I apologize for stuff.
Advice for what?
In terms of like how to deal with the temptation, because it's like
How to deal with the temptation?
it's like one after another.
Okay. Stick to what you know to be lawful and right. That's it. You're gonna get tempted. You're gonna get tempted. You're supposed to get tempted.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like, oh, I'm getting tempted. This is not supposed to happen.
That's where the fight
This
comes
is
in
the fighting. This is where you show what you got in you.
Yeah.
This is when you show I am capable of serving God.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna pass this little trial here. Okay? When you feel like, oh man, I have to stop eating this, I have to stop doing this, I have to stop watching this, I have to stop drinking this, I have to stop going there.
Yeah.
All those are your temptations.
Yeah.
Okay? And when you give it up, that's your sacrifice.
Yeah.
So it's good to be tempted.
That's a sacrifice.
Only the good in heart will be tempted.
That's
Wicked
right.
people don't get tempted.
Wicked people don't get tempted. Uh-oh.
So that's a good thing. So recognize, you know when you're getting tempted, every man, every woman, every child, right? Stick to what you know, stick to what you learn. You little bit you know, stick to that. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom alaikum.
Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom
First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Aleichem.
These laws give life. God has preserved this book so that we can save ourselves from ourselves, because we have chose our own wanton ways. We have chosen our own wanton ways. And because of us choosing our own wanton ways is what caused God to separate himself from us. So now we are able to find our way back to God through reading this book. But the only way we can find our way back to God, we have to believe this book. And we cannot question the book. We can't question what we read here. Anything that a person tell you or give you, you have to correlate it and match it with what you read. And if you don't see it in the book, what the person is telling you is false. It's wrong. We're going to go into Psalms 125 for a quick second. We're going to go into Psalms 125 for a quick second. All right? It says, they that trust in the Lord shall be as Mount Zion. Which cannot be removed but abideth forever. That holy mountain. I said that holy mountain that God came down on. That very same day that the nation of Israel left out of Egypt, God came down on that mountain and incinerated the whole mountain range. It's so true, and there's so much facts in that you have archaeologists that came and said that they found and discovered sulfur on that mountain. They said there was a large amount of sulfur on the mountain. They said it seems like it has been burning for a very long time. See, God has left proof. Everything that we read, God has left proof because he realized that he's dealing with a people that's gonna ask for proof. We don't have people with the mindset of Father Abraham. You know what that mindset is?
Blind allegiance.
Blind allegiance. Yeah. Blind allegiance is when a person don't need proof. He believes what he reads. He reads it. If there's no explanation there, he accepts it regardless. It ain't God. I don't need an explanation. All I gotta hear and read is that God said so. God said so, and that's enough. He said, as the mountains are round about Jerusalem, so the Lord is round about his people from henceforth, even forever. Jerusalem is surrounded by mountains. It could not be penetrated. Jerusalem got invaded through the underground passage that King Hezekiah showed the, was it who? He showed the Babylonians. And then we got invaded. We got invaded through the underground passage. Tom sheet, verse 3.
And God spake all these words.
No. Psalms 125. For the rod of the wicked shall not rest upon the lot of the righteous. Okay, now we're going to go, when we read the book, we must go into the Hebrew. You understand? So you can get the full meaning of what the verse is saying. For the rod of the wicked, when you look up the word for rod, it means a branch. Okay? The Hebrew word for rod is shebet. Shebet means the branch. The branch. A branch means descendants. Family from a particular ancestry. For the descendants of the wicked. The descendants of the wicked is not only you, it's what came after you, your whole lineage. Now, I done condemned my whole family, my whole ancestry, my whole line with my wickedness. Huh? It's getting passed down. It says the descendant of the wicked shall not rest, shall not settle, shall not remain upon the lot of the righteous. So the wicked and the righteous had two different lots.
They get separated.
Had two different portions. Yeah. Father Abraham, who was righteous, is not resting in the same lot as Biggie Smalls.
That's right. That's right.
Because Abraham was a righteous man and he followed God. Biggie Smalls did not follow God. So they have different lots. They have different lots. He said, lest the righteous put forth their hands to iniquity. The only way I will receive the same lot, the same portion as this wicked man is if I stretch forth my hand and do false, do wickedly. But what is wickedness? Violation of the commandments of God when we sin. But most of us don't know what sin is. We don't know what is iniquity because we haven't been taught or shown what is iniquities. The first 5 books, which is Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. In those first 5 books, you will find the laws and the commandments of God. Thou shalt not. It restricts you from doing your own wanton ways. Okay? He said, lest the righteous put forth their hands to iniquity. Do good, O Lord, unto those that be good. He said, do good, O Lord, unto those that be good, and to them that are upright in their heart. But what? And to such that's turned aside unto their crooked ways, the Lord shall lead them forth with the workers of iniquity. The word for lead is pa'al. Pei, ayin, lamed. It says the Lord shall make them. The Lord shall cause them to do wickedness. evil. God is going to lead you towards wickedness, right? Workers of iniquity, but peace shall be upon Israel. Okay? Now, pride is hated by God and man. There are certain things that we need to hate and despise. Why? Because God hated. We have to train ourselves to hate the things that God hates. We have to train ourselves to love the things that God loves. It says, bear not hatred to thy neighbor for every wrong. Because if I love my neighbor, why everything is a problem for you? Why? And do nothing at all by injurious practice. Injury. Things that's going to cause injury. Right? He said, pride is hateful before God and man. By both doth one commit iniquity. Because of unrighteous dealings, injuries, and riches gotten by deceit, the kingdom is translated from one people to another. He said, because of unrighteous dealings. The way I'm dealing is not right by God. How I'm handling this situation is not right by God. How I'm judging this situation is not right by God. It's not according to how God said to handle it. All right? He said, why is earth and ashes proud? There is not a more wicked thing than a covetous man. What is a covetous man? A covetous person desires and wants what's not his. This is why you have thieves. This is why you have robberies. This is why you have credit card scams. Because you are coveting and you're wanting and you're desiring things that's not yours. All right? For such a one set his own soul to sale, because while he lived, he casted away his bowels. For when a man is dead, he shall inherit creeping things, beasts, and worms. The beginning of pride is when one departed from God, and his heart is turned away from his maker. For pride is the beginning of sin, and he that hath it shall pour out abominations. And therefore the Lord brought upon them strange calamities, and overthrew them utterly. Pride was not made for men, nor furious anger for them that are born of a woman. For they that fear the Lord are sure seed, and they that love him an honorable plant. They that regard not the law are dishonorable seed. They that transgress the commandments are deceitful seed. That's Ecclesiasticus chapter 10, verse 18, 19. Among brethren, he that is chief is honorable. So are they that fear the Lord in his eyes. You ain't got to be a chief. You ain't got to be a prince. Just fear God and you will be honored. Just fear God. Because a lot of these chiefs and princes got these titles, but they haven't earned the title.
That's right.
They haven't earned the title. We have people that's making people chiefs and princes and this and the other, and they ain't earned, they're not according to the standards that God has set. He said, number one, appoint ye officers. Officers that hate unjust gain. Okay? Unjust gain. Let's go to Exodus chapter 20. Exodus chapter 20. We're going to go into the laws, to these laws. Exodus chapter 20. It said, and God spake all these words, saying, I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. The nation of Israel served the Egyptians for 430 years. And God told Abraham, before the nation was even established, God informed Abraham, our father Abraham, that there was going to be a people that was going to be in slavery for 400 years. And God is going to redeem these people with a mighty hand. Okay? Tom, see? Oh, my bad. It said, thou shalt have no other gods before me. All right? Lo, verse 3, right? It said, Lo yihyeh lekah, Elohim akarim al panah. You should not have other gods, or you should not have to yourself other gods before my face. The word aked or akarai or akarim, aked, it means after or other, or to go after. How do you go after other gods?
Uh-oh.
That's the key word.
Uh-oh.
How do we go after other gods? So we look up the definition of after, right? The definition of after, it means subsequent to. Subsequent to means to have the same views of.
Uh-oh.
You have the same outlook as the people that don't serve God.
Uh-oh.
The laws of God are supposed to change your view on certain things. Your view on life, your opinion on certain things, your questions, what you believe, what you was taught. This book changes your view. So this is why when the laws of God are being expounded, there's no one should be angry at God's law. Right. No one should be angry or feel the way when the laws of God are being expounded, because this is the word of God. And this is the only way to get to God. This is the only way to gain his attention, by taking heed to these words. All right? Tom Sheep. Now hold up. To go after means subsequent to. It also means to resemble, to be like or similar. To be like or similar. This is why we dress different. We eat different. Everything we do is opposite and different from the people we live amongst. All right? To be like means to feel attraction towards or take pleasure in. What are your attractions? The things that attract you don't attract God.
Right.
The things that attract God don't attract you. So we have to correct what we are attracted to. Because the things that we are attracted to is not right. It's no good. To feel attraction towards or take pleasure in your enjoyments. My enjoyments got to be God's enjoyments. My enjoyments got to be what my forefathers enjoyed it. Okay? To regard means to approve or to feel inclined to. Right? So, it also means similar, right? It means having common characteristics, right? Having common characteristics. What are your characteristics? You have mental and ethical traits. Your ethical traits are attributes that defines your personality. I say your ethical traits are attributes that defines how you think, all right? Your personality of someone who always follows strict moral principles. So by you following and taking heed to what God said, it's gonna change your personality. It's gonna change your thinking pattern of how you think about certain things, how you see things. You see things differently than before. Okay. To agree, right? To agree means you accept.
Right.
You accept. So we have to be careful of what we agree with. Because not everything we can't agree with. Because some of these things that you agree with, God don't agree with it. So if God don't agree with it, you can't agree with it. All right? So when you agree with things, it means that you accept. I accept you. I agree. I agree with your actions. That is against God. I agree with your opinions. I agree with your feelings and your purpose. So we got to be careful of what we agree with. Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. Okay. What is a graven image? The word for graven image in the Hebrew is a fesel, right? Right? Now, the word fesel is an idol, which is a false god, likeness of something, a form or appearance visible without substance, without life. We didn't have graven images. Graven images are images that are sculpted and carved out. Images of likenesses that God has created. Right? What is a likeness? When you look up the Hebrew word for likeness, it means a picture. It says temuna. And this is why we must stay away from pictures. Right? Temuna is a picture. A graven image also refers to cult image, a human-made object that is worshipped for the deity or spirit that embodies or represents. So we shouldn't be buying our children dolls and action figures because these human-made objects back in the days, back in history, was worshipped as idols. Okay? Cult image started in Mesopotamia, dated back to early dynastic times. Egyptian cult image dated back to pre-dynastic times, late 4th millennium BC. Tom sheet.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them. The word for bow down is tis takaweh. Tis takaweh means to prostrate, to worship. Okay? What is worship? What does worship mean? Worship is an extreme form of love for God. It's a type of unquestioning devotion to God so much that you don't question what you read. You don't question what you read. You shouldn't have doubts about what you read because, number one, in order not to have doubt or question God, you have to believe God first. When you're coming to learn about God and His laws, come with a clear mind. Don't come with hang-ups. You have to learn that you have to denounce your past, everything that I was taught before, so that while I'm receiving these laws, I will receive them without doubts.
Right.
Without doubts.
Be sure.
You'll be sure. Okay? Tom sheet.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them nor serve them.
The
word serve is abad. Abad means to comply to the commands and the demands of. It's easy to serve God. All you got to do is comply to God's commands. Comply to what God has demanded of you. Comply to the things that God has required of us. Come see, read.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God. The word for jealous is quanah, right? Jealous means what? Intolerant of unfaithfulness. The Most High demands from those whom He loved and redeemed out of Egypt utter and absolute loyalty, and will vindicate His claim by stern actions against them if they betray God by going against His laws. Every time we go against and violate these laws, commandments, and statutes, we betray God. We go against God. But we don't believe it. We don't believe none of this because there's no reaction. There's nothing happening. There's nothing happening when we violate these laws, commandments, and statutes. Right? Tom sheet.
Visiting the iniquity of the fathers.
Visiting the iniquities of the fathers. The word visit is paquad. Right? Paquad means to remember or to command. He says, so I will visit your sins. I will visit your iniquities. I will remember your iniquities or command your iniquities.
Visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children,
upon your sons. So God will remember and visit or command your sins to visit your sons. Now we see why. Now we see why King David's sons moved the way they moved. All because of what King David did. God said he's going to visit his sins. He's going to stir up trouble within his house. All because of what King David did. So therefore, that's when it started, when Amnon started to desire his own sister. It started from there. Next thing, Absalom goes and kills Amnon, and he got put away for 2 years. But he's been away from his parents for 2 years. So if it don't bother you to even hear your parents' voice, if it don't bother you to be away from your parents that long, then something's wrong.
Something wrong with your brain.
Something wrong. You must hate them or despise them. I ain't never hear nobody, I ain't talking to my mother. I ain't talking to, what you mean you're not talking to your parents? This is your parents. These are the people that God said to honor. God has commanded you to honor and glorify your parents. So when you are glorifying your parents, you don't speak ill of them. You don't shed light on them. You don't lightly esteem them. Because when we do these things, we violate the laws, commandments, and statutes. Now your judgment becomes clouded because you are violating laws that God has commanded us to honor. So all of King David's sons started going wild. Absalom, after Absalom left to Geshur for 2 years, he came back to see his father's face. After King David accepted him, next thing he started running a coup. Start chasing his father all over the place. But King David recognized that this was from God.
It's an unusual movement.
This was from God.
Yeah.
Why? Because God had stirred up trouble in his house because of what he did. So he gave command to his men and said, don't touch the lad. The last one was Adonijah, who tried to usurp and take over the kingship. God did that, man, because of what the father did. Tom Sheik, what verse you at?
Middle of 6. Unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me.
Unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. Lesonai. Lesonai means my enemies. We walk around here like we don't hate God. We say we don't hate God. But your action says that you hate God.
That's right.
How do we denote or show hatred for God? You denote and show hatred for God when we violate the statutes, his laws, his commandments.
That's right.
But the book is going to teach us what words mean. We can't go by the, we're not going by the thing. We're going to go by what the book said. The book is going to show us and teach us what words mean. Go ahead.
And showing mercy unto thousands of them
And
that
showing
love me.
mercy. The word for mercy is kesed, right? Kesed means mercy. Mercy is compassion and forgiveness shown towards someone whom it is within one's power to punish or harm. That's God. It's in God's power to wipe us out and kill us. But he shows mercy. He shows mercy towards us, hoping that we acknowledge our fault. Hoping that we acknowledge our fault and where we came up short at and correct it. That's what God is looking for. Go ahead, read. And show mercy unto what?
And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments.
Showing mercy to thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. What is love? Love is affection based on admiration, benevolence, and common interests. Okay? Our love is different. Our love is different. This is what love is. Common interest. Why do I continue to love this woman that hate my God? There's no common interest in that.
Say it again, brother.
We don't have nothing in common.
Say it again, brother.
And I didn't have this mindset before. I didn't. It takes time to have this mindset. Takes time to have this mindset, even though you was born in the way. But love is also based on common interests.
Right.
So if we don't have no interests, nothing in common, then being that God said to love God with all your heart, soul, and might, I gotta let go. But your heart be so into it, and your heart be so into it and into it that you hurt. Hoping that the person change.
Right.
Hoping that the person change. Admiration and benevolence. What is benevolence? Benevolence is disposition to do good. All right? Disposition is the positive or negative way a person views the world. Everything else in life. Your character is determined by your inner morals. Your inner moral values goes according to your beliefs that you use to analyze opinions, situations, and thoughts. Then you decide what's the right or appropriate way. Your personality reflects who you are as an individual. So according to how you analyze situations and opinions is always according to what you was taught. According to how your parents raised you and taught you values. Tom Sheik.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Now, let me go back for a minute. Okay? Kesed is also faithful, loyal, steadfast, right? Now, what is loyal? Loyal is showing firm and constant support or allegiance for God. Steadfast is devoted or loyal to the belief or cause. All right? Now, the definition of approbation. Approbation means approving formally. Depending on your belief for God will depend on how much you talk about God. How much you talk about it. Go ahead, Tom Sheik.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. How do you take God's name in vain? We take God's name in vain when we mention it. When we mention it. In Amos 6, when we mention it, and we take God's name in vain because we represent God. And when we violate the laws of God, we take God's name in vain. So the only way not to take God's name in vain is not to sin presumptuously. Every time we violate the commandments of God, we take God's name in vain. Tom Sheik.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. This is the Sabbath day. And it comes every seventh day. Right? It comes every seventh day. Now, how do we keep the Sabbath day from profaning it? How? In Isaiah 58, it states, you should not talk your own words, nor speaking of matters. Right? So we should only be conversating about things about the book. That's it. Anything other than about the book, we shouldn't be conversating because you profane the day. In Exodus 16, it states there's a word when it says prepare, right? It says hekinu. Hekinu means to prepare or to arrange, which means everything that is supposed to be prepared should have been prepared already. Everything that should have been arranged should have been arranged already. We cannot do no arranging or preparing on God's day, on this holy Shabbat day. Numbers 15. When the man got caught gathering sticks, right? He got caught gathering sticks. Right? So the action of him gathering sticks was work.
That's right.
The action of him gathering sticks was work. No, he didn't kindle a fire. God is not going to kill you for your intentions. For your intentions. He got caught gathering sticks. So therefore, we don't gather. I don't gather nothing on Shabbat. If I got to gather it, I'm leaving it. Why? Because a man got killed for gathering sticks. And people say, well, ain't nothing wrong. Then you say there's nothing wrong with that. But that's what I read in the book. This is what God said. Tom sheep.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do
In
any
it thou
work.
shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor your daughter,
thy manservant,
thy manservant,
thy maidservant,
your maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor your cattle.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gate.
Okay. So, no one can come into your house and violate this day. My aunt, my uncle, my cousins, my brothers, my sisters. Once you come into my house, you are bounded by these laws. I'm not in your house, but you cannot do this in my house because I live one way. I live one way. I stand one way. This is the way I live, according to what God said, according to these laws, commandments, and statutes. So, therefore, we cannot allow people to come into your house and do as they please on God's day. Tom sheep. He said, the daughters, your manservants, nor your maidservants. So now what do the manservant and the maidservant do? They serve. So therefore, no one can serve me. And I'm not going to serve nobody. Why? Because that also is work. Tom sheep.
Nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For 6 days, the Lord made
6
heaven and earth.
days, the Lord made the heavens and the earth. That was a day to be remembered, man. In Genesis chapter 1, God said darkness was upon the face of the deep. It said in the Spirit of God. That tell you right there, God is not a man. I said, God, the eternal one, is not a man. He said the Spirit of God hovered over the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light. Everything happened according to the work, to the mouth and the word of God. When God spoke it, it came into effect. It came into existence. He said, for 6 days the Lord made the heavens and the earth. He said the sea and all that in the midst.
And rested the seventh day.
And God rested on the seventh day. But my God don't rest. God don't sleep. So I looked up that word rest in Hebrew. It means yanak, means to desist or to stop from creating, to stop work. Tom sheep.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed
This
it.
is the only day that God blessed. This is the only day that God blessed. This was the only day that God gave a name to. Because the rest of these names during the week are names of Greek gods. Names of Greek gods. Tom sheep.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Honor thy father and thy mother. I said, honor your father and your mother. It also means to honor and glorify. When I looked up the definition of what honor is, it means to live up to or fulfill the terms or the conditions of. Okay? So, the book teaches us how to honor your parents. The book teaches us what is honor. Because God has confirmed the authority of the parents over the children. And and I'm never grown. I'm never grown before my parents. I'm a grown man. I'm a grown woman. All that is out the window. I was a grown man and my father would slap me or something on the side of my head. I was a grown man with children. And my father slapped me over the side of my head. And I didn't look at him and frown. Tears rolled out of my eyes. I was hurt. But I did something wrong and it was sanctioned. It had to happen. It had to happen. You start getting mad, shun it and get rid of it. Nope, I'm not going to get angry. Why? Because this is your parents.
That's right.
And guess what? You owe them. We all still owe our parents.
What if I'm an
Because-
Israelite and they still heathens?
It don't matter.
What if I'm an Israelite but my parents are still heathens?
You still don't matter. You still got to honor and respect them. Regardless of what situation or regardless of how they live or their lifestyle. Forget about how they live it. You continue to live and serve God. But honor your father and your mother, man. Honor your parents. Tom Sheep.
That thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder. What is murder? See, in the English it says kill, but you have to kill to eat.
Right.
When you look it up in Hebrew, it says razak. Lo tirzak. Tirzak means to murder. Murder is when you take a life unjustifiable according to, and it wasn't according to the laws of God. You took a man's life and God didn't say, you can take his life. If a man is chasing you to do you harm, by all means, you better get to him before he gets you.
That's right.
Because you're going to be a dead duck.
We coming. Oh, yeah.
Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery. Law, tin, af. The word tin, af is na'af. Na'af means adultery and fornicate. You should not fornicate. If you're not married, you shouldn't be sleeping around. The same thing your wife got, Georgetta got. Ain't no difference. They both got the same thing.
Not missing that.
You ain't missing nothing. So, we cannot fornicate. We can't sleep around.
Same thing your wife got, your daddy got.
They got the same thing. They got the same thing. What you missing out on?
That's right.
You ain't missing nothing.
She got a little more spice than the other one.
Now, what is adultery now? Adultery is not the same for a man. I said adultery is not the same for a man. Adultery for a woman is different than a man when it's concerning adultery. So when a man commits adultery, he has to have sexual relation with a married woman for it to be considered adultery.
Talk about it.
For a woman, when a woman commits adultery, she has to have sex with any man besides her husband. She's having sex with men and she's married. She's married to a man, but she's not having sex with her husband. She's having sex with Tom, Dick, and Harry. So that is also adultery. That's adultery, man. And God never gave us the explanation of why. God just gave us the command. Just do it. Just do it. Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal. Lo tigno. You know what tigno? Steal, rob, and deceive. Okay? Steal, rob, and deceive. You should not steal, don't rob, and don't deceive. A thief, a deceiver, or a liar will steal. If you're a liar, you will deceive. If you're a liar, you will rob. It all goes hand in hand. If you steal, you're a deceiver. You're a deceiver. It all goes hand in hand. But the reason why people steal is because I want and I desire what you have. I want that. So therefore, I got to take it. I'm going to take it. Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbors. Right? Lo ta'aneh. Ve'le'aka el shaquel. Ta'aneh means to answer. You should not answer as a false witness against your neighbor. So if you don't know what happened or what took place, why do you have so much to say? You shouldn't have nothing to say because you wasn't there. Tom, see?
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that
Okay,
is
let's
thy
cut
neighbor's.
that. Let's go to Isaiah 26. Isaiah chapter 26. Got it?
Isaiah chapter 26.
Isaiah chapter 26.
And God spake all these words, saying,
Isaiah chapter 26.
Open ye the gates, that the righteous nation.
And Isaiah 26. In that day shall this song be sung in the land of Judah. We have a strong city. Salvation will God appoint for walls and bulwarks. Open ye the gates, that the righteous nation which keepeth the truth may enter. So it's only a certain people that God is going to accept. I said there's only a certain people that God is going to accept. God do not accept and love all.
No,
God loves all. No, God don't love all. There are some people that God hate and despise because you hate God by going against his laws. You have denoted and shown hatred for God by going against his laws. So God hates you. God will hate you and despise you. Okay, go ahead, verse 3.
Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace,
Thou will keep him in perfect peace,
whose mind is stayed on thee.
whose mind is stayed on God. To keep means to guard, right? He that guards himself firm in God. You know what? Guarding yourself firm in God. You are watching and taking heed to yourself, making sure that you don't slide and slip, making sure that you don't sin presumptuously. So you on point with yourself. So when a person is on guard with himself concerning the Creator, concerning God's law, the Most High will keep him in perfect peace.
He's gonna keep his feet.
You're going to keep your feet. He's going to guide your feet. Tom, see?
Whose mind is stayed on thee.
Whose mind is stayed on God.
Because he
Whose
trusteth.
purpose is stayed on God. Whose thoughts and imagination is stayed on God. Tom, see?
Because he trusted in thee.
Because he trusted in thee. Tom, see?
Verse 4.
Verse
Trust
4.
ye in the Lord forever.
Trust in God forever.
For in the Lord, Yod He Wav He, is everlasting strength.
For in the Lord, Yod He Wav He, is everlasting strength. We don't mention God's name because in Amos chapter 6 it states that it says, hold your tongue, for we should not make mention of the name of the Lord, the name of God. Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
Is everlasting strength. For he bringeth down them that dwell on high, the lofty city. He laid it low. He laid it low even to the ground. He bringeth it even to the dust. The foot shall tread it down, even the feet of the poor, and the steps of the needy. The way of the just is
the way of the just is uprightness. What is the way of just? Just, the way is orak. Orak means the path of life or the custom. The way of the just is what?
Is uprightness.
The way of the just is uprightness. All right? The word for just is zadik. It means righteous, pious, or equity. A pious person follows all the moral, ethical codes of God. All right? It also means dutiful or loyal to God. Right? A dutiful person does what's expected of him. There are things that God expects of us. There are requirements that God has required of us. And his requirements is that we fear God and keep his commandments. Those are God's requirements. Right? Dutiful person does what's expected of him. Loyal to God is faithfulness, steadfast, loyalty that isn't easily swayed. Isn't easily swayed. You're not easily pushed off. You're not easily swayed off. You're not easily
ready to sin for some
that's
money.
right. You're not
For
easily,
some money.
That shows loyalty. You're not easily pushed off the rack, pushed off the road. Loyalty is following God's commandments, even when you rather to choose a different path. but I remain loyal with God.
Yeah.
Now, even because you are, the only reason why you're able to do that is because you have loyalty in you. And you have desire to do contrary to what you're supposed to be loyal to. So now you got to choose. You got to make a decision. And because you have that loyalty and that affinity with God, you will denounce your likes and the things that you desire that is against the Creator. Tamshi. And equity means being fair and impartial. We have to be fair in every aspect, in every situation. Got to be fair. Tamshi.
The way of the just is uprightness. Thou, most upright, dost weigh the path of the just.
The way of who? Of the just is uprightness. Thou, most upright, doth weigh the path of the just. God said he weighs the path of the just. You know what that means? It's a balance of distribution of weight, enabling someone to remain upright and steadfast with God. So God only do that with just men. So in order for God to keep you in the way and guide your feet, you must be just. You got to be just. I have to show God that I'm just in everything that I do. You see how important it is to be just and right in every situation? So when I'm just and right with God in every situation, I'm not going to offend you and do things that I don't like. I must be just in order for God to guide my feet. You know, another definition means to keep steady, preventing you from falling. Didn't God do that with all the just men in the book? God prevented King David from violating. He was going to wipe out a whole city. Next thing, Abigail came and stopped him from avenging himself. Go ahead, read.
Verse 8. Yea, in the way of thy judgments, O Lord, have we waited for thee.
In the way of thy judgments, O Lord, have we waited for thee. The word for waited is nuka. It means to look forward to hope for.
Hope is in his mercy.
You hope. Read it over. Yeah, you hoping in his mercy, but check out what it said there. Read it over.
Yea, in the way of thy judgment,
O Lord,
have we waited for thee.
God's judgment. You are expecting something to happen when I violate. I'm hoping. He said, I was hoping that God chastised me. I'm looking forward for God to chastise me when I go wrong with God. Why? Because that's what's going to set me right. That's what's going to keep me. That's what's going to cause me to correct myself and walk upright before God. The chastisement of God.
That's crazy.
Tamshi.
The desire of our soul is to thy name.
The desire of our soul is to thy name.
And to the remembrance of thee.
Tamshi.
With my soul have I desired thee in the night.
With my soul have I desired thee in the night.
Yea, with my spirit within me will I seek thee early. For when thy judgments are in the earth, the inhabitants of the world will learn righteousness.
He said, when thy judgments are in the earth, he said, the inhabitants of the world will learn righteousness. That is the only way we're going to learn what righteousness is from God's judgment. Because now we will be able to see and pinpoint what's wrong and what's right. Now, the last time I did that there, I got hit by a bus. And it took me all the way up in the air, and I flew down and came down hard. Came down hard on that concrete pavement. Now I know not to do that no more. I bet you won't do that no more. Because guess what? The punishment is going to be greater.
It's going to be better. It's going to be hard.
Man, I did this and I did this over here. Next thing, I got shot. I got stabbed. That's when you know God got his eyes on you.
That's right.
That's when you know, man, I don't want to be left to myself.
No, chastise me.
I need that chastisement. Tamshi.
Let favor be shown to the wicked.
Let favor be shown to the wicked. I had to look that up. Because I read in Exodus, it says, favor is shown to those who love God by keeping his commandments. So why would this say favor is shown to the wicked?
Right.
So when I looked up what favor is, it says pity.
Uh-oh.
God shows pity to the
To the
wicked.
wicked. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he shows pity and mercy to
To
them.
all
Not
flesh.
favor. He shows favor to the righteous.
Right.
Favoritism to the righteous.
Right.
Favoritism to King David.
Right. That's right.
Tom, see?
In the land of uprightness will he deal unjustly.
In the land of uprightness will he deal unjustly. What is uprightness? Uprightness is being straightforward. Right? I said uprightness is being straightforward, honest and direct by not hiding how you really feel. Go ahead.
In the land of uprightness will he deal unjustly,
Uh-huh.
and will not behold the majesty of the Lord.
Will not behold the majesty of God, majestic, causing you to feel great admiration and respect for God. Go ahead.
Lord, when thy hand is lifted up, they will not see. But
Uh-huh.
they shall see and be ashamed for their envy at the people.
Uh-huh.
Yea, the fire of thine enemies shall devour them.
Uh-huh.
Lord, thou wilt ordain peace for us,
Uh-huh.
but thou also hast wrought all our works in us.
Uh-huh.
O Lord our God, other lords beside thee have had dominion.
He said, "Oh Lord, our God, other lords besides thee have had dominion over us, but by thee only will we make mention of thy name." I had to look that up too, because the word mention is zakar, zayin, kaf, resh. It means remembrance, not mention. Of thee will we remember your name, not mention. God already told us not to mention his name. So the book don't contradict itself.
Hold that tongue.
The book don't contradict itself. It means to remember or to call to mind.
Hold
All
that
right?
tongue.
When you are mindful of God, you are aware of your actions. I said when you are mindful of God's laws, you are aware of your actions and your thoughts and the things that you say out your mouth. So when I'm reckless with my mouth and I just say things regardless of who I offend, you are not mindful of God.
Okay.
You are not mindful of his laws. Because if you was mindful of God and his laws, I watch my actions, I watch my thoughts, and I watch my words.
Right.
Tom C.
They are dead, they shall not live.
They are dead, they shall not live.
They are deceased, they shall not rise.
Uh-huh.
Therefore hast thou visited and destroyed them, and made all their memory to perish.
Uh-oh. Made their memory to perish. Why everybody that die, you praying and hoping that their memory be blessed, but they're wicked. The only memory, why do we ask God to bless the memory of wicked people? When only the memory of the just is blessed. That's in the Proverbs. The memory of the just is only blessed, not the memory of the wicked. You can't ask God to bless the memory of people that don't serve God.
That's right.
Tom C.
They are deceased, they shall not rise. Therefore hast thou visited and destroyed them, and made all their memory to perish. Thou hast increased the nation, O Lord. Thou hast increased the nation. Thou art glorified. Thou hast removed it far unto all the ends of the earth. Lord, in trouble have they visited thee. They
Okay,
poured-
let's cut that. Go to Psalms 112. Psalms chapter 112, 112. You got it? Tom C.
Praise ye the Lord.
Uh-huh.
Blessed is the man that feareth the
Praise
Lord.
ye the Lord. Blessed is the man that feareth God. The word blessed is ashrei, right? You know what the word blessed means? It means to confirm, right? It means to bless. The definition of bless means made holy or consecrated. What does holy mean? Set apart, dedicated to the purpose of God. Holy also means worthy. So if you're not worthy of God, you're not blessed.
Okay.
Worthy means what? Worthy is a character.
Okay.
Worthy has to do with your character. Worthy means having the qualities or abilities that merits recognition from God. That merits, your merits, the things that you have done in your life, merits to be recognized by God. Having merits is good character or value. Okay? So now, what are personal qualities? What are your qualities? Personal qualities are the characteristics, attributes, or personality traits that reflects your identity. How you think, tell me who you are as a person.
Okay.
These qualities are a part of who the person is, and it reflects in your actions, thoughts, and actions.
Okay.
So what are the qualities of a worthy man?
Okay.
If a man is worthy before God, one of the qualities and the traits and the characteristics of a man that's worthy before God is empathy.
Okay.
Right? Empathy is the ability to understand and share the feelings of others. You're going through it. I have to be able to put myself in your shoes and go through it with you. I got to empathize. Honesty. Being truthful and sincere with yourself first, so I can be truthful with God and man. I can't be truthful with God if I ain't truthful with myself. Integrity. Integrity means having strong moral principles and values. When you do right, even when no one is around, that's when you have integrity. Self-awareness. Self-awareness is being aware of your strength and faults.
Okay.
Where you are coming short at with God and correct it. So self-awareness is I have to be able to recognize my faults. I have to be able to recognize when I'm wrong.
That prudence?
Yeah, that's prudence also. Governing yourself. You can't govern yourself if you can't recognize your faults. Merits also is your actions. Your actions is what determines one's worthiness. Your character of a person describes the way someone thinks, feels, and acts. Personal value now are your central beliefs and the tenets, which is principle beliefs or doctrines that is generally accepted by God that guides your actions and thoughts. Tamshi.
Blessed is the man that feareth the Lord, that delighteth greatly in his commandments. His seed shall be mighty upon earth.
His seed shall be mighty upon earth.
The generation of the upright shall be blessed.
The generation of the upright shall be blessed. You know what that's your seed. That's your son's son. It goes down the line. So your father, by your father living upright with God, he's going to have a just seeds. Just children is going to come out of that line. All right? What is upright? It means adhering to moral rectitude, honest or just. Now, what does it mean to adhere? To adhere means to believe in and follow the practice of, to agree and abide by rules, guidelines, and beliefs. What are the rules, guidelines, and beliefs? The customs, the practices, the traditions, everything that we read here in the book. So if you don't read it in the book, why do we continue to celebrate it? Why? I never read about celebrating birthdays in this book, but we continue to celebrate.
Yes, you did. Pharaoh
celebrated his birthday,
and
he killed the baker or the butler.
Sacrifice.
Why did he kill?
Sacrifice.
Why did he be killed? Because on their birthdays they make rejoicements. They make fun of things. They make fun. They have rejoicements. They make mocking stocks, make sports. That's what they did on their birthday. Tamshi.
Wealth and riches shall be in his house. His righteousness endureth forever. Unto the upright there ariseth light in the darkness.
Unto the upright there ariseth light
in the darkness.
In the darkness.
He is gracious.
He is gracious.
And full of compassion.
Full of compassion.
And righteous.
Wait a minute. Those are the characteristics of a righteous man. He said, unto the right, unto the upright, there ariseth light in the darkness. He is gracious. The same characteristics that God had. God also is gracious, so we got to be gracious. God is full of compassion, so we got to be full of compassion.
Okay.
God is righteous, so we got to be righteous.
Okay.
So what is gracious? What does it mean to be gracious? Gracious is a character trait that refers to the ability to show kindness. Kindness, being able to care. See, it's eating. Look. We doing all, but now most of these laws, you know what I'm hitting now? I'm hitting that which you can't see. The inside.
Inside of me.
I'm hitting the inside.
Inside of me.
That's the job.
Inside of me.
My father said, man, you can change the outside real quick. But let me see.
Change that inside.
I want to see you change what that
inside.
which dwells within you. The evil that you have in you. See, we have to realize and recognize that we have evil in us. We got evil in us, man. But God has given us a book so that we can read a book that shows us who we are. The book shows you who you are. The book shows you what you need to change. The book shows you how you need to be. Right? He said the ability to show kindness, warmth, and courtesy towards others, especially in difficult or uncomfortable situations. A gracious person is patient, understanding, empathetic, and can make others feel comfortable and appreciated. Which that goes for like strangers and people that comes in your area. I have to make this person feel comfortable and appreciated.
All that is righteousness.
Brother said all that is righteousness. God says so.
That's right. He said don't talk about that around the eunuch.
That's right. That's
So
what he
you
said.
gonna
Certain
make 'em
things you can't talk about around people. Because I don't know what that person is going through. So when I talk about it, I make him feel different. The eunuch don't have a member. So why do you talk about certain things?
Talk about women in front of her.
Right. A gracious person is patient, understanding, empathetic, and can make others feel comfortable and appreciated, even in challenging circumstances. Graciousness involves showing appreciation. I said graciousness, a person that is gracious shows appreciation and respect for others, and often includes the willingness to forgive and offer second chances. You want God to give you a chance.
Right? No, you don't get it.
A gracious character is someone who embodies generosity. A generous person is liberal. This liberal person, you can go to, he got it, you got it. You can always go to him and get, because I already know this guy here, when he have and I need, I can always get from him. But guess what? We forget these things.
Yeah.
We forget about the good that people do to us. And all it takes for me to be is get angry.
No good.
Once I get angry, everything you did is out the window.
No good.
Now I'm ready to take your head off.
No good.
You're not godly, man.
No good.
Remember the good. And when you are remembering the good that a person has done for you, then you will put a break. Put a break in your tracks. Let me stop. I can't deal with him like that.
What's all this saying?
Let me stop. I can't talk to him
So
like
you
that.
ran with my father.
Okay.
Yeah,
Say that again.
So you ran with my
King
father.
Solomon said that. King Solomon was going to kill Abiathar. He said, "No, I'm not going to do you like that, Abiathar." He said, "Even though you turned on my father," he said, "but I also got to remember the good you did to my father. You ran with him. The good that a person do for you is never forgotten.
Don't die.
And regardless if the person have done you evil, you have to remain godly and remember the good that a person did and just separate yourself.
Separate yourself. That's it.
The destruction of the wicked was unthankful to him that prepared life for them, and they didn't show it. What is compassionate? Rakam. A person that is compassionate recognizes the suffering of others then take action to help. The man is suffering. He needs help, and you're able to help. He said they show pity, sympathy towards people who are suffering or is gonna suffer. Tamshi.
Gracious and full of compassion and righteous. Verse 5. A good man showeth favor and lendeth.
A good man showeth favor and lendeth. Go ahead.
He will guide his affairs with discretion.
He will guide his affairs. The word for affairs is davar. He will guide his matters. He will guide his words. He will guide his matters and his words with discretion. You know what the word for discretion? Mishpat. Mishpat means judgment, right? Judgment is the process of forming an opinion or evaluation by discerning and comparing to the laws of God. That's when you are able to make judgment. I can't just judge or put a sentence on the matter without basing it according to the laws of God. This has the final decision. This book has the final decision. We cannot base our answers and our decision off of feelings and your emotions and how we feel and what I think and assumption and all this foolishness, because all these things is what caused God to push you away. We have to be on point and take heed, because we are doing things that's causing God to push you away. Even though I have on my garment every day and I don't look like you. Even though I got my frontlet and put my bracelet and frontlet on, but the things that I'm doing, I'm causing God to push you away. Because these are dealing with your ways. Your ways is what attracts God to you. Fulfilling and taking heed to these laws, commandments, and statutes is what attracts God to you. This is why we must follow God wholly. You're going to die trying to follow God wholly.
That's right.
The job will never be complete. I said the job will never be complete. I'm always learning. I read in the chat where he said, we all students. You're right. I'm always going to be a student. I was a student before I started teaching. And I will remain a student because I'm an open vessel. And I don't know everything.
That's right.
We don't know everything.
That's right.
So sometimes you have to sit and hear and listen. You know who taught Moses? God. Ain't nobody could teach Moses nothing. God had to teach Moses. God taught Moses. Personal.
And then Yaakov came to school and he listened to
Yaakov. He said, listen, man. He said, you can't be handling all these matters like this, Moses. He said, listen, you got to appoint officers. Officers that are men of truth. Hating covetousness. Unjust gain. Able men. So why do we continue to make officers without these qualities?
Bald-headed chief man.
That's God's favorite word, man. He loves that word. Bald-headed. Chief bald, man. We gotta stop making these people chiefs and officers, and first check out the person's quality and his character. And if it doesn't align with what God said in Exodus 18, you ain't no chief. You're not an officer. Tamshi. Verse what?
A good man showeth favor. Verse 5.
Uh-huh.
A good man showeth favor and lendeth.
A good man shows favor. A good man shows pity and mercy and compassion, and he lends. I don't know, man, but if I got it, I can't see you without.
Me neither.
I can't see you without.
Me neither.
Especially after the man done came and asked, said, yo, I'll need this and this and this. You know, the first thing happened, you're going to breathe hard because you're trying to save to do this and this and this and this and the other. But you know what? The other part comes in. Man, the man be needed. If he ain't needed, he wouldn't have came and asked. He needed. You know what? Here, take that, man. Hold it. Here, take that. Hold on. See, God happened to give to people who are liberal.
All the time.
The ones that are liberal and open-handed, those are the ones that God gonna make sure you have. Because when people are in need,
That's the ones that's gonna give out.
you're gonna give out. You're gonna give.
Teach.
You're gonna give.
Teach.
Tom sheet.
He will guide his affairs in discretion. With discretion.
With discretion, Tom sheet.
Surely he shall not be moved forever.
Surely he shall not be moved forever.
The righteous shall be in everlasting remembrance.
You know what that is? To be an everlasting remembrance, which means you're always going to be on God's mind. You know what it is? For God to remember you, you are on the mind of God.
Like Jerusalem.
Like Jerusalem, man. Because of how you're dealing. Your dealings and your ways. Go ahead.
He shall not be afraid of evil tidings. His heart is fixed, trusting in the Lord.
He shall not be afraid of evil tidings. He says the book of Sirach says, don't help the wicked. You're right. That's what it says, right? Don't help the wicked. The only thing I would do to the wicked is feed them. That's what God said. God said, feed him, and I will heap hot coals upon his head. He said, but give nothing to the wicked. He said, but give nothing to the wicked. He said, feed them. Don't give them nothing else. A lot of people talk and say, well, I don't get it. Listen, I'm going by what the book says. I'm going exactly what the book says, verse by verse. I'm not going to take away or add on or put my own opinion to it. I'm sorry. There are no Moses here to explain this. So God gave my Moses is this book.
What the angel told
Listen, my Aarons and my prophets is this book.
That's right.
This explains everything to me.
And you cannot have more mercy than God.
And you cannot have more mercy than God. God, look, the angel told Ezra, he said, man, he said, you think you're going to have more mercy for God's creation? This is what God created. Creatures, man. This is my creatures. He said, you think you're going to have more mercy than God?
Said it to Jonah.
He said, but that was a characteristic, a quality of godly men. Regardless of how you are, he's still going to have mercy on you. He's still going to have mercy. He's still going to care. Regardless, the people was wretches. The people did wrong. It was wrong in the eyes of God, and he cared for them.
Ezra was still like,
Ezra and Jonah is on two different levels.
Jonah said, man.
Jonah said, man, listen, man, forget these people, man. But the godliness and the righteousness of God said, listen, boy. He said, I done told you to go warn them. Go back over there and warn them. Jonah went and took a shit. He said, man, get what you said. Different.
I'm not going.
He said, I'm not going to do none of that.
his righteousness will hold him down.
Yeah, that man was good. Jonah was righteous. So while he took the ship, he's going to Tarshish. God has stirred up the ship, shaking. He stirred up a storm in the water. All because of this one guy. You see how one person
Could mess up the whole shit.
could cause everybody to feel it? Even right here today in this place here. One person could come here. What they did outside and bring trouble amongst everybody in
God
this
said
house.
to Joshua, he said, send him a minute.
Joshua looked, that's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. One man messed up, man. That's real, man. This is real. So he said, I serve the God of the sea and dry land. When he said that, the shipmaster guy, he said, man, you the reason why all this is happening. He got mad. He said, man, they had to take him and toss him over. They didn't want to. But the man, look, Jonah was different. Jonah said, I ain't jumping over myself. He said, you throw me over. You think Jonah jumped in that water by himself? Hell no. He said, you want me in the water, you're going to have to toss me over. I'm not jumping in that water.
It's black in the sea.
Pitch black.
It's pitch black out there in the sea.
Come on, man.
And the water's going crazy.
It's going nuts. Even Jonah ain't jumping that water. So after they took him and threw him in there, the sea subsided. God commanded a fish, a large fish, to swallow him.
Say prepared.
So while he's in the belly of a fish, right, he recognized and acknowledged his fault. This is what God is looking for. When you violate and you are at fault with God, and judgment is put upon you for your violations, it's for you to recognize where you violated at and correct it. So after he realized what he'd done in the belly of the fish and returned to God, he commanded the fish to spit him out in the sea. God comes back with him the same question. Listen, go on back over there and warn the people.
He ran.
I bet he went there.
They say he ran a 3 days journey and he got there in 1 day.
He got there one day. It was a 3-day journey.
He didn't take no breaks.
He got there in 1 day. I don't know how he
He
did.
didn't take no breaks.
I don't know what he did. No breaks. He got there in 1 day. It was a 3 days journey, man. He got there. He warned the people, and guess what? The people changed.
Listen.
The people
He
changed.
didn't think they was going to change.
Jonah didn't think the people was going to change.
God knew that.
Didn't he after he told him, sat down and
Yeah. He sat down and watched to see what was going to happen.
He's expecting.
Yeah. So while let's go. Let's read that.
His heart is established.
What verse you at?
8.
His heart. Wait, go back to 7. Sorry.
He shall not be afraid of evil tidings.
He shall not be afraid of evil tidings. Read the book. When the evil tidings came to Eli about his sons, he accepted it. What caused him to break his neck was when he said, "The ark of the Lord has been taken."
That did it.
When that ark got taken,
That
he fell back and broke his neck, and that's what killed him. But Eli already knew that the judgment of God was coming, was going to visit his two sons.
Samuel. In the time of Samuel.
Right, in the time, right.
Early, young Samuel told him what God told him.
About what?
Remember he came in what God told Samuel? And he said, tell me, or it's going to happen to you.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Eli was what? Eli and his two sons, when the judgment, when the ark got taken, Eli didn't get startled when his sons died.
No.
Because he already expected it. But he got startled when that ark got taken. He got startled when that ark got taken. That's what caused him to fall back and break his neck. He said he shall not be afraid of evil tidings. His heart is fixed. His heart is firm. His heart is established, trusting in the Lord. The word for it says nakom lebo in the Hebrew. Nakom lebo means he has prepared his heart. He has made his mind up. His mind is made up. A made up mind. Time sheet.
His heart is established. He shall not be afraid until he see his desire upon
his heart is established. His heart is firm. A heart that is firm and steadfast. They don't change.
Okay.
Time sheet.
He hath dispersed. He hath given to the poor. His righteousness endureth forever. His horn shall be exalted.
Go ahead.
The
Which verse you at?
I'm at
10. Go ahead. Time sheet.
The wicked shall see it and be grieved. He shall gnash with his teeth and melt away. The desire of the wicked shall perish.
Okay. Let's go to Genesis 15. Genesis chapter 15.
Genesis chapter 15. After these things, the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision, saying, fear not, Abram.
After these things. The what?
The
The word of the Lord
came
came
unto
unto
Abram in a
Abraham
vision.
in a vision. You know what the word for vision is? Machazeh. Machazeh means vision in an ecstatic state. An ecstatic state is a trance induced by intense godly devotion. He was in a different type of trance. But
Right. Yeah, that's crazy.
a religious godly devotion,
God-
which is
God put him
loyalty,
in trance.
love, and care for God. You have to feel this way already naturally to get these type of vision. He had this naturally in him. Abraham was different. You talking about different?
Crazy.
Abraham was different. Go ahead, read.
It's crazy.
And the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am thy shield and
He
thy
said,
seed.
fear not, Abraham.
Exceeded.
He said, fear not, Abraham. I am who?
Thy shield.
I am your shield.
Okay. I know Morgan Dawi.
I am your shield. Nowhere in the book shows that we had a six-pointed star.
Nowhere.
There's no one that can show me that we had a six-pointed star. Six-pointed stars are demonic symbols. The five-pointed star are demonic symbols.
That's right.
When you have a six-point star and the five-point stars, those two stars was used in witchcraft. Tamshi.
And Abram said, Lord God, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless, and the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus?
He said, Abraham said, Lord God, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless? And the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus.
And Abram said, Behold,
Look what Abraham
to
said.
me thou hast given no seed.
And
And lo, one born in my house is mine
he
heir.
said, you didn't give me no seed, God. I don't have no children. He said, who's gonna take over when I'm gone? Basically, read.
And behold, the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, This shall not be thine heir, but he that shall come forth out of thine own bowels shall be thine heir. And he brought him forth abroad, and said, Look now toward heaven, and tell the stars, if thou be able to number them. And he said unto him, So shall thy seed be. And he believed in the Lord.
He believed in God.
And he counted it to him for righteousness.
And he counted it to him for righteousness. The six-pointed star is not in the book. The six-pointed star are demonic symbols.
Hexagram.
Talk about it.
The hexagram.
Talk about it.
That's
It's
the
two
real
triangles,
okay?
one up and one down.
So now I'm gonna have to go in. Let's go into the history of the six-pointed stars and where it derived from. Okay. After this, Caesar, I don't want to hear no more about no six-point star.
Go ahead again, brother.
All right. We're gonna go into the six-point star. Where is that paper at?
Hexagram.
Okay. So let me get this paper first. All right, again, the six-pointed star are demonic symbols. I don't go by no six-point star. Nowhere in the book states that David had a six-pointed star, so therefore I don't teach it.
We don't deal with
We don't
signs and
deal
symbols.
with signs and symbols.
Talk about it.
Okay, so now
That nigga
The
on the
penta-
cross deal with signs and symbols.
the pentagram in witchcraft symbolizes today black and white magic. The pentagram with the point up symbolizes white magic. The pentagram with the 2 points up represents black magic or Satanism, which is the bottom. Right? Let me go to the point. I don't want to go through all this. I don't want to go through all this. Let's get to the point. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. All ancient heathen worship of the sun god had within its philosophies phallicism. Right? Phallicism is the veneration and worship of male and female sex organs. So we don't go to the sex store and buy toys. Organs of the male and the females. I'm not going to say it because I have to learn to use my words wisely. I have to have discretion. Okay? So the male and female sex organs is symbolized in witchcraft as a point within a circle and also as two triangles uniting to make a hexagram, better known as the Star of David. The truth is, King David of Israel never carried this emblem. That is now the symbol of Israel. This emblem was adopted by witchcraft by some Jewish priests who had explored deep into Babylonian religion.
There we go.
Okay? During their captivity in Babylon, the Mexican Indians centuries ago had the hexagram as a symbol of their phallic worship of the cosmic gods. The hexagram is one of the most evil signs in witchcraft. It is commonly worn today by both deceived Jews and Christians. The circle with a point in the center is another phallic symbol representing the universe of the sun god.
That's what it represents.
It has to do with Kabbalah. The cross was a symbol of sun worshippers. Centuries before Jake was invented or thought of. When I say Jake, I'm talking about Jesus. Christian cross was originally the mystic towel that Chaldeans used to sacrifice the firstborn child to the sun god. In Baal worship, which is witchcraft, it is taught that the god of nature, the ruler of the zodiac, the sun, was both male and female. Now, the three gods of the Trinity, or three great lights, sun, moon, and stars, were symbolized by the Greek called the delta, or the triangle, the triad. The Egyptian pyramids to the sun are solid figures of a triangular square. The male and female elements of the sun god were symbolized as two pyramids, or triangles. The heathens combined the two to form what is called the hexagram. It is used in magic to control demons and cast spells, charms, or injure a person. This is called the seal of Solomon or among Masons. All right? So the 6-point star is nowhere in the book.
Nowhere.
It's nowhere in the book. It's nowhere to be found.
It's a demonic symbol.
The 6-point star is a demonic symbol, and it behooves you to stay away from these things. Let's read. Okay, so verse 6, right? Genesis chapter 15, verse 6. And he believed in God, and he counted it to him for righteousness. The word for counted is kashab. It means to be regarded. Your thoughts, your imagine. It also means that Abraham was bounded to be righteous because he believed in God.
Okay.
Ain't that deep?
Okay.
Because Abraham believed in God, he was bounded to be righteous. And God saw that in him before he approached him.
Okay.
After Abraham's father died, God came to Abraham and told him, he said, leave your father's house. He said, get away from your father's house.
That's right.
That shows determination in a person.
That's right.
When a person is able to leave off from their family to serve God,
That's
the key.
that means something.
That means a lot.
That means a lot. And those are things that you have to realize and recognize. You don't left your family to serve God. I done left a whole state, and I came over to a whole new other state searching for God.
Real talk.
You gotta be careful, man.
That's real.
Tell him, see.
And he said unto him, I am the Lord that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees.
Ur of the Chaldees.
To give thee
Ur is Ur, meaning flames. A city in southern Babylonia, city of the Chaldeans, center of sun and moon worship, home of Abraham.
That's Abraham.
Father, Abraham's father, home of Abraham's father Terah, and the departure point for the Abraham's migration to Mesopotamia in Canaan. Tom, see? Now the Chaldeans, which is the Kasdim, right, were astrologers. magicians.
Start there.
Astrologers is a person who uses astrology to tell people about their character, about what might happen to them in the future. It originated in Mesopotamia. This is why you have astrology. Oh, what's your birthday? Your birthday is this. Oh, your sign is this. And they be on point with what it says.
He's a Sagittarius.
That stuff be on point. And God said, don't deal with these things. Don't deal with it. He said, and it spreads to India, but it developed its Western form in Greek civilization during the Hellenistic period. It entered Islamic culture as part of the Greek tradition and was returned to European culture through Arabic learnings during the Middle Ages. Tom Sheik.
And he said, Lord God, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said unto him, take me a heifer of 3 years old, and a she goat of 3 years old, a ram of 3 years old, a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against another.
Okay, cut that. Let's cut that. Let's go to 2 Kings. 2 Kings chapter 4. Second Kings chapter 4. Tom Sheik.
Now there cried a certain woman of the wives of the sons of the prophets unto Elisha, saying, thy servant, my husband, is dead.
He said, thy servant, my husband is dead. 2 Kings chapter 4. Read.
And thou knowest that thy servant did fear the Lord.
And you know that your servant did fear God.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead.
And the creditor is come to take unto him my 2 sons to be bondmen.
The creditor is coming to take the woman's 2 sons to pay off a debt.
They owed him.
They owe. The father owed.
Right,
But
dead.
because the father is dead, the debt is not dead.
The debt don't die.
So
It's passed on.
it get passed on. It's the wife's job to pay back that debt.
Right.
So now she approached the prophet. She said, no, I don't got nothing to pay this man back. These guys are coming to take my sons to work the debt off. Right? Which means the debt don't die, man. Whatever you owe a person, you got to pay back.
That's right.
You got to give it back.
That's right.
If you don't give it back, you remain
No.
in debt. You know what that is? See, these sins that these iniquities that we have committed against God, if we don't repair it, if we don't make repairs according to these sins that we violated, then it gets held over your head.
Still there.
It's still there.
Okay.
So now I have to think about everybody that I owe in debt that I didn't pay back so that debt can be relinquished, diminished, so I can make atone for those things.
Okay.
Tom Sheik.
And Elisha said unto her, what shall I do for thee? Tell me. What hast
Elisha, the
thou in the
prophet, he
house?
said, man, what you want me to do? He said, tell me, what you got in your house?
And she said, thine handmaid hath done anything in the house save a pot of oil.
She said, I don't have nothing in the house but a pot of oil. Hear that? That's all she got. She ain't got nothing else. She ain't got no fields. She ain't got nothing. Go ahead.
Then he said, go, borrow thee vessels,
Go borrow
borrow
some
of all
vessels.
thy neighbors,
Uh-huh.
even empty vessels, borrow not a few.
Uh-huh.
And when thou art come in, thou shalt shut the door upon thee and upon thy sons, and shalt pour out into all those vessels, and thou shalt set aside that which is full.
So the prophet told me, he said, listen, all right, go borrow vessels. Don't borrow a few, borrow a lot. Go in the room, shut the door. And that little bit of oil that you have in that vessel is gonna fill every last one of those vessels up. Go ahead.
So she went from him and shut the door upon her and upon her sons, who brought the vessels to her, and she poured out. And it came to pass, when the vessels were full, that she said unto her son, bring me yet a vessel. And he said unto her, there is not a vessel more. And the oil stayed.
Oil stayed. Tom sheet.
Then she came and told the man of God, and he said, go, sell the oil,
Sell the oil,
pay thy
and
debt,
go pay your debt.
and live thou
Live.
and thy children.
Thou
of
and
the
your
rest.
children of the rest. Tom sheet.
And it fell on the day that Elisha passed to Shunem,
Uh-huh.
where was a great woman,
A great woman.
and she constrained him.
She
to
constrained
eat bread.
him to eat bread. So Elisha is passing by. This great woman saw him, held him, and said, listen, won't you come and eat? Go ahead, read.
And so it was that as oft as he passed by, he turned in thither to eat bread.
Every time he passed, he was able to go to that spot and eat. This woman has prepared a spot that where he can come to rest his head and eat, or somewhere for him to lodge. She didn't even know him.
She considered him.
But she considered him. She considered him. She considered that this was a man that's always traveling. I'm not going to ask him, are you hungry? You know he's hungry. He's been walking all day. You know he got to be thirsty. He's been walking all day. Don't ask. Just prepare it. Because guess what? Godly men, most of the time, they're going to reject it. They're going to say, you want something? He said, nah, I'm good. I'm all right. So just put it there to where it makes, just for his decision, if he feel like going, he can go there. So she has prepared a spot for him to go, to sit and eat.
God said about more than that. He said, they didn't meet you with bread and
They
water.
didn't meet you with bread and water. That's right. Tom, she.
And she said unto her husband, behold, now I perceive that this is a holy man of
She
God.
said, she went to her husband. She said, I perceive that this is the holy man of God.
Which passeth by us.
Which passed by us continuously.
Let us make a little chamber, I pray.
He said, let's make a little chamber. Let's make a little room here.
Let us set for him there a bed and a table and a stool and a candlestick.
A candlestick. Wait a minute. When I looked up the word for candlesticks, it says menorah. A menorah is a lamp. We did not use candles. We did not use candles because candles was used in witchcraft. You have white candles, purple candles, black candles, yellow candles, and each one of these candles has a meaning and for a purpose. None of our forefathers used candles. Again, when you read about candles, when you look in the Hebrew, it says menorah. A menorah is a lamp, a lampstand. Tom sheet.
And it shall be when he cometh to us that he shall turn in thither.
Okay.
Majority of them candles got idols on them.
Yeah.
If not
Yeah,
all
it
of them.
does.
Jake is on all them candles.
That's right. Tom sheet.
And it shall be when he cometh to us that he shall turn in thither. And it fell on the day that he came in thither, and he turned into the chamber and lay there.
Tom sheet.
And he said to Gehazi his servant,
Now look what Elisha gonna tell Gehazi.
call the Shunammite.
He said, call the Shunammite.
And when he had called her,
And when he had called her, she stood before him. He said, I need you to go call the Shunammite. He said, go and call this woman.
And he said unto him, say now unto her,
this is what I want you to tell her.
Thou hast been careful for us with all this
She
care.
said, you have been careful with us with all this care. You know what it means to have care? To provide what is necessary for health, maintenance, welfare, and protection. So when I do these things, don't tell me I don't care. Don't tell me I don't care. I'm the one providing for you. But you don't care. You don't care. What do you mean you don't care? I'm doing the actions of a person that do care. So why are you telling me I don't care? Why? Because what I'm doing, you don't like.
You see me talking to another female? What you talking about?
Go ahead.
Behold, thou hast been careful for us with all this care. What is to be done for thee?
What is to be done? Wait a minute. So Elisha told Gehazi, he said, I need you to go to this woman. He said, you had cared for me and provided me a chamber, food, bread, somewhere for me to lodge at and rest my feet. I have to do something for you. You are showing me good. So now the godliness in Elisha, he has to recompense and return the favor back to this woman.
Ways of the righteous.
That's the ways of the righteous.
Ways of the righteous.
So, Israelites,
Okay.
if you're following God and you want to learn the ways of God, when a person do you good, it is up to you to return the good back to the person. When a person has done good to you or your parents, there's nothing that person can do that will cause me to turn my back on him or her. I will never turn my back on him. Tom, see?
Wouldst thou be spoken to the king or to the captain of the host? And she answered, I dwell among mine own people.
Woo! You hear that? You hear that? She said,
No pride.
you want me to go speak to the captain or this one or that one? She said, listen, I don't get down like that. She said, I dwell amongst my own. I don't go out and mingle with different people that's not of my own. You hear the godliness of this woman? So, Israelites, Israelite women, Israelite men, we should not be mingling with people that is opposite to your lifestyle.
Talk about it.
Look, I even separate myself from family
Talk
and
about
relatives.
it.
Why? Because
Talk
God
about
is first.
it.
I said God is first. God is number one. Go ahead.
Talk about it.
And he said, what then is to be done for her?
Then what's to be done to her then?
And Gehazi answered, verily, she hath no child,
She said, all right. He said, well, listen here. She don't have a child.
and her husband is old.
And her husband is old.
And he said, call her. And
He said,
when she
call
had
her.
called her, she stood in the door.
She stood in the door. Wait a minute. That's another key. I said, that's another key right there. I don't know if we got that. Gehazi is in the chamber that she provided for him. She gave him that chamber. And she didn't say, well, I made this room for him. I can walk up in this room and just go in there. She said, nah, they didn't do that.
Yeah.
She said, listen, man,
Yeah.
Elisha the prophet
Learn.
called this woman, and she came and stopped at the threshold, right there, at the entrance. I'm not coming in there. Yeah. That's a man's room.
Yeah. Who else
What
did
am I doing in that man's
Who else did
chamber?
that? Tamar did that to her brother.
Tamar did that to her brother because Amnon
Who else
was
did that?
sick.
Who else did that? Bathsheba did that.
Bathsheba did that. That's right. This is what we need to be reading.
We all have
Is
places.
looking. Follow the righteous and godly things that these women did in the book.
Yeah. We all have places. Let's
Bathsheba
Right.
was who?
Was the mother.
Was who? Was his mother.
The mother.
And she still respected King Solomon and said, nah, I'm not going in there. She still, I didn't pay. I'm not saying, look, at that point in time, the son goes out the window. Right now, that's not my son.
That's a
You remember I was say that? He said, hey. He told me to his wife, he said, listen, man. He said, right now, when we're dealing with nation business, you got to stop looking at him as your son. And he said that. He said, that's not your son. He said, that's a chief man. That's what Bathsheba did with her own son and still gave him the respect of a king and did not just go in. She stopped and waited for her son to accept her, to address her. So she said, I need something from you, basically. She said, don't tell me no. Solomon said, come on, Ema. Come on, Bathsheba. He said, you know I ain't going to deny you.
Hey,
You know, that's another key. That's another key.
Another one.
But the only thing that made him deny it, because he started asking for the kingship, for the man's wife, for his wife. For Bathsheba. If she didn't ask for that, anything else, he would say, yeah, you got that. Oh, come on, Ema, you know I can't tell you no. How you feel telling your moms no? That's not honor.
No, that's not.
That's not honor. You know why? Because after you told your moms no, you don't know how she felt inside. You don't reject her and turned her down.
Right. And they say he that
Turns
cursed
down, man.
he that angered his mother. What? Cursed of God.
That's right.
Hey, son, taste this. I just made it. No, Imam, I don't like it. I shall taste it, mother.
She was forcing it down my throat. I don't want to taste it.
I shall taste it.
I've been taught myself.
Go ahead, Tom. Where we at?
2 Kings chapter 4, verse 16. And he said, about this season, according to the time of life, thou shalt embrace the
He
sun.
said, about this season, according to the time of life, you're going to embrace the sun. One thing about these prophets, when they speak, their word don't fall. When they speak, their word don't drop, because these are godly and righteous men we're dealing with, man. Go ahead.
And she said, nay, my Lord, thou man of God, do not lie unto thine
He
handmaid.
said, nay, my Lord, thou man of God, don't lie unto thy handmaid. Why? Please don't tell me that. Don't cap. Don't cap.
And the woman conceived and bare a son at the season that Elisha had said unto her, according to the time of life.
According to the time of life.
When the child was grown,
when the child was grown, it fell on the day
that he went out to his father to the reapers.
He went out with his fathers to the reapers. The father is out reaping. The son is with him. Go ahead.
And he said unto his father, my head, my head.
He said, my head, my head.
And he said to a lad, carry him to his mother.
He said, he went to the lad. He said, listen, take him to his mom's. Go ahead.
And when he had taken him and brought him to his mother, he sat on her knees.
He sat on her
noon,
knees.
and then died.
Noon and died. Time sheet.
And she went up and laid him on the bed of the man of God and shut the door upon
So
him.
after her son died, she took her dead son, went up in the chamber of the man of God, who was Elisha, and put him on his bed. Right? Go ahead.
He wasn't there.
And
He
she
wasn't
called,
there. Right?
And she called unto her husband and said, send me, I pray thee, one of the young men and one of the asses, that I may run to the man of God and come again.
Now, recognize what she did just now. She said, send me one of the young men and one of the asses, that I may run to the man of God and come again. You know why she asked for a young man? Because she didn't spread her legs upon the ass. She didn't go sit. When they sat, the servant, the young man will straddle the ass, and he's going. She ain't gonna straddle him like that. She sat sideways upon the ass with her legs closed and held
Like the old South.
like the old South. Because she ain't gonna spreading her legs like that.
They don't get on motorcycles.
No. Tom, she.
And he said, wherefore wilt thou go to him today?
He said, why are you going to the man of God today? Read.
It is neither new moon
It ain't new moon,
nor Shabbat.
nor Shabbat.
And she said, it shall be well.
So these are two appointed times that
He acknowledged.
supposed to be acknowledged and observed, which is the new moon that comes once a month, and the Sabbaths, which is the 3 days, and this for 3 days.
That's right. Blow the horn. Say
Right?
songs,
You
say
blow the
songs.
horn in the
Songs,
appointed
say
times, during the appointed times of God. Also the Sabbath, which is today.
Psalms 81.
That's it. Tom sheet.
Then she saddled an ass and said to her servant, drive and go forward. Slack not thy riding for me, except I bid thee. So she went and came unto the man of God to Mount Carmel. And it came to pass, when the man of God saw her afar off, that he said to Gehazi, his servant, behold, yonder is that Shunammite. Run now, I pray thee, to meet her, and say unto her, is it well with thee? Is it well with thy husband? Is it well with the child? And she answered, it is well.
So run now, I pray thee, to meet her, and say unto her, is it well with thee? Is it well with thy husband? Is it well with the child? And she answered, it is well. So Gehazi asked her, she said, man, I'm good. It's well. She didn't lie. The message wasn't for you. It said, well, go ahead. Verse 27.
And when she came to the man of God to the hill, she caught him by the feet. But Gehazi came near to thrust her away.
She went and caught him by his feet. How did she catch him by his feet? She prostrated. She came, approached Elisha, and got on her face and grabbed his feet. Humility. So while she's doing that, Gehazi come to thrust her away.
Right.
Right? What it says.
And the man of God said, let her alone.
He said, leave her alone.
but her soul is
Her
vexed
soul is
within
vexed
her.
within her.
The Lord hath hid it from me,
And God has hid it
and
from
hath
me
not told me.
and had not told me. Elisha already perceived that she was troubled. She's troubled. Okay, go ahead.
Then she said, did I desire a son of my Lord?
She said, she went to the prophet, said, did I ask you that I want a child? Did I tell you I want a child? Did I desire a child? Uh-huh.
Did I not say, do not deceive
Didn't
me?
I tell you don't deceive me? Now people may ask, how did he deceive her? Because she had the child, but guess what? The child didn't live out his
He died early. He died early.
He died early.
That's not.
Okay? Now, go ahead, read.
Then she said, did I desire a son of my Lord? Did I not say, do not deceive me? Then he said to Gehazi, gird up thy loins, and take my staff in thine hand, and go thy way. If thou meet any man, salute him not.
So now he been instructed now. Gehazi got to go, gird up his loins, take his staff, and go thy way. Don't salute nobody. Because if you happen to salute someone, you're gonna lose whatever you're walking with, you're gonna lose it. He said, don't salute nobody.
And if any salute thee, answer him not again. And lay my staff upon the face of the child. And the mother of the child said, as the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, I will not leave thee.
So I ain't leaving thee.
And he arose and followed her. Gehazi passed on before them and laid the staff upon the face of the child. But there was neither voice nor hearing. Wherefore he went again to meet him and told him, saying, the child is not awake.
The child is not awake.
And when Elisha was coming to the house, behold, the child was dead and laid upon his bed. And he went in therefore and shut the door upon them twain and prayed unto the Lord.
Unto God.
And he went up and lay upon the child and put his mouth upon his mouth.
Put his mouth upon his mouth,
upon his eyes,
his eyes upon his eyes,
hands upon
and his hand upon his hand.
And he stretched himself
upon the child.
and
Like he's transferring something from his body to that child's dead body. Go ahead.
And he stretched himself upon the child, and the flesh of the child.
The flesh began to wax warm.
Uh-oh. So
Go ahead.
started getting cold.
Then he returned and walked in the house to and fro.
Then he returned and walked, he got up off the child, paced the floor, walked back there, come back here, walk back and forth. Read.
And went up and stretched himself upon him. And the child sneezed 7 times. The child opened his eyes. And he called Gehazi and said, call the Shunammite. So he called her. And when she was come in unto him, he said, take up thy son. And then she went in and fell at his feet and bowed herself to the ground and took up her son and went out. And Elisha came again to Gilgal, and there was dirt in the land. And the sons of the prophets were sitting before him. And he said unto his servant, set on the great pot and seize pottage for the sons of the prophets.
Okay, cut that. Let's go into Jeremiah chapter 13.
They called him the weeping prophet.
Weeping prophet, Jeremiah.
He went through it from young. He started from young. He told God, "Yeah, I'm a child, man." He said, "Say not you're a child. Go do this." I'm gonna make you hard.
Got it? Jeremiah chapter 13.
Jeremiah chapter 13. Thus saith the Lord unto me, go and get thee a linen girdle, and put it upon thy loins, and put it not in water. So I got a girdle according to the word of the Lord.
He said, go and get your linen girdle, right? Put it upon thy loins, and put it not in water. Right? Go ahead. Now, where is your loins? Your loins is from your waist to the end of your thighs, to the end of your hips. Tom sheet.
So I got a girdle according to the word of the Lord, and put it on my loins. And the word of the Lord came unto me the second time, saying, take the girdle that thou hast got, which is upon thy loins, and arise, go to Euphrates, and hide it there in the hole of the rock.
Go to Euphrates and hide it in the hole in the rock. Read.
So I went and hid it by Euphrates, as the Lord commanded me. And it came to pass after many days that the Lord said unto me, arise, go to Euphrates, and take the girdle from thence, which I commanded thee to hide there. Then I went to Euphrates and digged, and took the girdle from the place which I had hidden.
Uh-huh.
And behold, the girdle was marred.
The girdle was
It
marred.
was profitable for nothing.
It was profitable for nothing. See?
Then the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Thus saith the Lord, after this manner will I mar the pride of Judah.
Uh-oh. So that girdle was a sign of the position that the nation of Israel was in with God. Okay, so now we're going to go into this word named marred. What it means to be marred. Marred, the Hebrew word for marred is shakat. It means to ruin, to be destroyed, to be corrupted. Okay? I said God has marred this loin, this girdle, and he compared Israel to this girdle that is marred. Right? So ruin, it means to be damaged irreparably. You mean, right? The opposite of irreparably is to repair. If you are irreparable, you cannot make repairs. You cannot be fixed. And look at the situation of the nation today, of the people today. No matter what you do or show people with the book, they still go against it.
Still broken.
Right? Whatever is irreparable cannot be repaired. Okay? So what does repair means? When you make repairs with God, it means to return and make good with God. It means to commit yourself to God. How do you commit yourself to God? You commit yourself to God by means to bind or obligate yourself. To bind means to go into contract. You know what going into contract is? You start making vows. You start making vows and deals with God. Okay? To obligate means to restrict yourself to the confinements of the laws of God. I'm not going to do this because God has restricted me from doing this. The laws of God has restricted me from doing this. All right? So when God ruins you, he subjects you to frustration, which is to induce feelings of discouragement.
Yep.
Okay? Discouragement means what? You begin to get discouraged.
You
lose interest in these laws, commandments, and statutes. Okay? You start to lose interest. Destroy means what? To ruin the structure or condition of your structure is also your mental condition. To corrupt is the change from what God has set up. Tom Sheik.
For as the girdle cleaveth to the loins of a man, so I have caused to cleave unto me the whole house of Israel and the whole house of Judah, saith the Lord, that they might be unto me for a people and for a name and for praise and for glory, but they would not hear. Therefore thou shalt speak unto them. Verse 12. Therefore thou shalt
go back to verse 9. Thus saith the Lord.
Thus saith the Lord, after this manner will I mar the pride of Judah
and the great pride of Jerusalem.
This evil people which refuse
to hear my words. That's what makes you evil. When you reject the word of God. Okay, go ahead.
Which walk in the imagination of their heart.
Which walk in the imagination of their own heart. The word for imagination is shirirut. Shirirut means to be stubborn. Stubborn means difficult to manage. All right? Unyielding, unwilling to change a decision, opinion, or demand. You refuse to change a decision, opinion, or demand, regardless of how much you are showing them that their opinion or their decision or their demands is against what God says. They refuse to change it. That's a hardened heart.
Right.
God has hardened your heart against doing the things that is lawful and right. Tom Sheik.
Which walk in the imagination of their heart and walk after other gods.
And walk after other gods to do what?
To serve them. And to worship them. Shall even be
to
as
walk
this
after other gods. To have the same view as the common people. to resemble or be like the common people. Common people won't serve God. Tom sheet.
Shall be it as this girdle which is good for nothing.
Tom sheet.
For as the girdle cleaveth to the loins of a man, so have I caused to cleave unto me the whole house of Israel and the whole house of Judah, say the Lord, that they might be unto me for a people and for a name and for a praise and for a glory, but they would not hear. Therefore, thou shalt speak unto them this word. Thus saith the Lord God of Israel. Every bottle shall be filled with wine. And they shall say unto thee, do we not certainly know that every bottle shall be filled with wine? Then shalt thou say unto them, thus saith the Lord, behold,
thus saith the Lord, behold,
I will fill all the
inhabitants of this land,
even the kings
that sit upon David's throne,
and the priests,
and
the prophets, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem with drunkenness. And I will dash them one against another, even the
I will dash them one against another. The word for dash is napots. Napots means to disperse or to scatter. And we've been scattered all over the place. I said, God has scattered us and dispersed us all over. But go ahead, Tom C.
And I will dash them one against another, even the fathers and the sons together, saith the Lord. I will not pity.
I will not have pity.
Nor spare.
I will not spare.
Nor have mercy.
But destroy them. Because we have reached a point where a point of no return. Where God mercy done ran out. He said, hey, I'm not showing you no more mercy and pity. I done did that already, and I'm waiting for you to return. See, we got to realize when God is merciful, we have to show some type of returning back to God. When we don't return back to God,
He's gonna stop showing that.
He's going to stop showing mercy. Go ahead.
Hear ye and give ear. Be not proud, for the Lord hath spoken.
Hear ye and give ear. Be not proud, for the Lord has spoken.
Give glory to the Lord your God.
Give glory to the Lord of God.
Before he caused darkness.
Before he caused you to fall into darkness. So before you fall into trouble or sickness or end up in the hospital or shot or dead, recognize. Recognize God first so that God don't have to do this to you. Go ahead.
Before he causes darkness, and before your feet stumble upon the dark mountains, and while ye look for light, you turn it into the shadow of death, and make it gross darkness. But if ye will not hear it, my soul shall weep in secret places for your pride.
God said, he said, if you don't hear, he said, my soul, he said, I'm going to weep in secret places. He said, I'm going to cry for you, man. He said, I'm going to cry for you. Well, hey, read.
But if you will not hear it, my soul shall weep in secret places for your pride.
For your pride.
And mine eyes shall weep sore and run down with tears, because the Lord's flock is carried away captive. Say unto the king and to the queen, humble yourselves, sit down, for your principalities shall come down, even the crown of your glory.
Wait a minute. Your principalities is mad arshut. It means your standards or your dominion has declined. Okay? Your dominion is what? Supreme authority. Power over the constellations. You see how God gave us power over the things that he created. That's why Joshua was able to stop the sun. But because our principalities and our standards and our dominion has dropped, has declined with God, you can't command the sun today.
No.
There's no way you can stop the sun because your standards with God has dropped. Your standards with God has dropped. Your standards meaning what? Something set up and established by authority or rule. The structure that was built by God. Tom C.
Your principalities shall come down, even the crown of your glory. The cities of the south shall be shut up. None shall open them. Judah shall be carried away captive, all of it. It shall be wholly carried away captive. Lift up your eyes and behold them that come from the north. Where is the flock that was given thee, thy beautiful flock? What wilt thou say?
He said, lift up your eyes and behold them that come from the north. He said, where is the flock that was given thee? That beautiful flock. You know that beautiful flock? That's Israel. God is talking about the nation at a point in time in history who was beautiful in the eyes of God. We was beautiful and accepted in the eyes of God. Basically saying, where did we go wrong at?
What happened?
What happened? Go ahead.
What wilt thou say when he shall punish thee? But thou hast taught them to be captives, and as chief over thee. Shall not sorrows take thee as a woman in travail?
Tom Sheep.
And if thou say in thine heart, wherefore come these things upon
He
me?
said, wherefore these things happen? Why is these things happening to me? Read.
For the greatness of thine iniquity of thy skirts.
For the greatness of your iniquities are thy skirts discovered, and your heels made bare. Go ahead.
Can the Ethiopian change his skin?
Can the Ethiopian change his skin?
Or the leopard his spots?
Or the leopard his spots?
Then may he also do good that are accustomed to do evil.
Then may ye also do good that is accustomed to do evil. The word for accustomed is lamud. It means trained or to be accustomed. Can you do good if you are accustomed of doing evil?
No.
Accustomed means to make familiar through practice. Practices becomes habitual. Anything you practice becomes a habit. When you train means what? To direct the growth of, to form by instructions, discipline, and drills. This is how you train children. This is how you train your kids, by instructing and discipline and drills. Drills is something that's done repetitively, over and over and over. Go ahead.
Therefore will I scatter them as the stubble that passeth away by the wind of the wilderness.
Okay, let's go to Psalms 92. Psalms chapter 92. This is the Psalms for the Shabbat day. Got it?
Psalms chapter 92.
Uh-huh.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
Oh, yes, it is. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord. Now, the word for thanks, what does thanks mean in the Hebrew?
Shabbat pray.
The word thanks is hodot. Hodot means thanks. When a person is thankful, they show appreciation for. You are showing your appreciation for, and they return kindness. So when a person is thankful, it's my job to return the kindness back for the good that you did for me. Go ahead, read.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord and to sing praises unto thy name, O Most High.
And to sing praises to God. Ain't nothing wrong with singing praises to God, giving glory to God. Go ahead, read.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning. And
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning. The Hebrew word for loving kindness is kesed. Kesed means grace, favor, righteousness. So what is grace? Grace is undeserved favor. I don't deserve favor from God, but I'm still being showed favor. To do honor or give credit, right? Grace is when you do honor or give credit to God. What is faithfulness? Aman means steadfast, steadiness. Steadfast is dutifully firm and unwavering. You ain't gonna slip. You're unwavering. Dutifully means conscientiously or obediently fulfilling one's duty. Tom C.
To show forth thy loving kindness
To show
in the
forth
morning.
thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Not when I get up. I get up before sunset at the break of dawn to send up my offering before God, because there's a thing called shakarit. Shakarit come from the word shakad. Shakad or the shakarit is before the sunrise, right at that light. It's my job to get up at that appointed time to send up my prayers. Why? Because at that designated time was when our forefathers used to come with their offerings. They used to give up their shakarit, which was they were to give up their offerings in the morning and at evening, which is ma'ari, which is evening. Those was two appointed times that they used to go up to send up their prayers. to send up their offerings. We can't send up no offerings or no sacrifices, so we got to send up our praise.
Calves of our lips.
Calves of our lips. Tom, see?
Upon the instrument of 10 strings,
Uh-huh.
and upon the psaltery,
Upon the instrument of 10 strings and upon the psaltery,
upon
upon the harp was the solemn sound. Tom,
for
see?
thou, O Lord, hast made me glad through thy
For
work.
thou, Lord, hast made me glad through your works.
I will triumph in the works of thy
I will
hands.
triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Lord, how great are thy works. and thy
O
thoughts of
Lord,
every
how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are deep, are very deep. The Hebrew word for deep, you know what's the word for deep? It says amak, ayin mim kuf. It means profound. Your thoughts are profound. Profound means intellectual depth and insight. What is intellectual? Intellectual means the faculty of reasoning and understanding a person. You know what that reminds me of? Genesis 6, verse 3. When this happened after Adam had ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And in Genesis 6, verse 3, God understood that the people was going to sin. And it says that he will not strive with man in his error. In this error. But we got to make sure it's an error. It's a mistake, not presumptuous.
Right.
The word for strive means to punish. I will not punish man in his error. Insight is when you know how a person is. Tom C.
A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand this.
Wait a minute. A brutish man. A brutish man, it means ignorant. When you lack understanding. Understanding is when you lack a heart. All right, go ahead.
When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore.
Go back, verse 7.
When the wicked spring as the
When
grass,
the wicked spring as the grass,
and all the workers
when the
of
wicked
iniquity
flourish,
do flourish,
when the wicked blossoms,
it is
when
that
the wicked achieve a success or prosper, when the wicked
Lord,
blow up and they reach that stage, read.
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
God has allowed them to reach that point in their life because at the end of their life is destruction. Go ahead.
But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. Below thy enemies, O Lord, below thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquities shall be scattered. The word for scattered is pay resh dalet. All the workers of iniquity shall be divided. He causes you to disagree. Diversion is when two things split from one another. Split people. God is still doing a splitting and scattering amongst his own people. This is why you have different camps. And notice that every camp does the law differently. Every camp does the law. There's no camp that have the same mindset as the other one. Tom Sheet.
But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of a wild ox.
But my horn shall I exalt like the horn of a wild ox.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire of mine enemies, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall.
He said, mine eye also shall see my desire on my enemies, and mine ears shall hear the desire of the wicked that rise up against me. Now, go ahead, read.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like the cedar of Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the
righteous
Lord
shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall flow like the cedar of Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing.
So now it says to blossom. When a person blossoms, they develop good, attractive, successful qualities. that God acknowledged. All right, go ahead.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts
Flourish
of
in
our
the
God.
courts of our God.
They shall still bring
Shall
forth fruit
still
in
bring
old
forth
age.
fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and
They shall be
flourishing.
fat and flourishing.
So that the Lord
To
is
show that the
upright.
Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is
There
my
is no
rock.
unrighteousness in him.
There's no righteousness in him. Okay, cut that. Let's go to the Apocrypha. Right? Apocrypha and Tobit. Tobit chapter 8.
Tobit chapter 8. And when they had supped, they brought Tobias unto her. And as he went, he remembered the words of Raphael, and took the ashes of the perfumes, and put the heart and the liver of the fish thereupon, and made a smoke therewith.
Okay, so now Tobias was supposed to be marrying this sister named Sarah. But there was an evil spirit that loved the woman, where every one of her husbands used to die. So now, in order, before he went and lied down or cohabitated with the woman, he had to make a smoke. And this smoke was going to drive this evil spirit away. Go ahead.
The which smell, when the evil spirit had smelled, he fled into the utmost parts of Egypt. And the angel bound him. And after that, they were both shut in together. Tobias rose out of the bed and said, Sister, arise.
Let us pray that God will have pity upon us. Now hear what Tobias said.
Then began Tobias to say, Blessed art thou,
O God of our fathers.
And blessed is thy holy
and glorious name forever.
Let the heavens bless thee.
Let the heavens bless thee.
And all thy creatures.
And all thy creatures.
Thou madest Adam. And gavest him Eve.
Thou madest Adam and gavest him Eve. God recognized that Adam was lonely. Adam never told God he was lonely.
Okay.
God recognized that Adam was lonely, and he made him a helpmeet, made him a wife. Go ahead.
And of them came mankind.
And of them came mankind. Tom Sheet.
Thou hast said, it is not good that man should be alone.
He said, thou hast said, it ain't good for man to be alone.
Let us make unto him an aid like unto himself. And now, O Lord, I take not this my sister for lust, but uprightly.
A lot of us take woman for lust. We don't take and want woman to be married.
That's right.
A lot of us look at women and all you want is just to have sex with them.
Hormones.
That wasn't the mind frame of godly men.
That's right.
We didn't have that mind frame.
Right.
So
Just
go ahead.
Kill.
Tom Sheet.
And now, O Lord, I take not this sister for lust, but uprightly. Therefore, mercifully ordain that we may become aged together.
She said, therefore, mercifully. He said, now, O Lord, I take not this my sister for lust, but uprightly. Therefore, mercifully ordain that we may become aged together. There is no divorce. Divorce? I'm not divorcing you. Ain't nothing. I ain't got a reason to divorce you. I don't have a reason to divorce you.
We're gonna work this one out.
The husbands, I never read about a divorce case in the book.
It's not in there.
Because they didn't have to divorce their woman. They didn't have to separate from their woman. Tom Sheet.
And she said with him, so be it.
So be it.
So they slept both that night. And Raguel arose and went and made a grave, saying, I fear lest he also be dead. But when Raguel was coming to his house, he said unto his wife Edna, send one of the maids and let her see whether he be alive. If he be not, that we may bury him and no man know it. So the maid opened the door and went in and found them both asleep. And came forth and told them that he was alive. Then Raguel praised God and said, O God, thou art worthy
to be praised.
With all pure and holy
praises.
Therefore, let thy saints
Let
praise
thy
thee
saints praise thee
with
with
all
all
thy
thy
creatures,
creatures,
and let all thine
and
angels
let all thine
and
angels
thine elect
and thy
praise
elect
thee
praise
forever.
thee forever.
Thou art to be praised,
Thou art to be praised,
for thou hast made me
for thou hast
joyful.
made me joyful.
And that is not come to me which I suspected,
Uh-huh.
but thou hast dealt with us according to thy great mercy. Thou art to be praised,
Uh-huh.
because thou hast had mercy of two that were the only begotten children of their fathers.
Uh-huh.
Grant them mercy, O Lord, and finish their life in health with joy and mercy. Then Raguel bade his servants to fill the grave, and he kept the wedding feast 14 days. For before the days of the marriage were finished, Raguel had said unto him by an oath that he should not depart till the 14 days of the marriage were expired.
That's called a banquet. They had a little banquet. Nowhere near you read where they went before a man and said, I do.
Ceremony.
They didn't have a ceremony. That was called a banquet, a mishte. The same thing that Jacob had before he went into his wives, which was Leah and Rachel. And with that, all right, got what was bought.
Definitely.
Now let's say Shabbat Shalom. Do you have any questions? Any questions before I come down? Any questions? Any questions? If you don't have no questions, then I'm going to come down.
Got a
And
question from Zacharias.
Zacharias, what's the
Go
question?
ahead, ask the question, brother.
What's the question, Zacharias? Don't get shy now.
Capri asks, what are all known books removed from the Tanakh?
What?
What are all known books removed from the Tanakh?
The books that was removed from the Tanakh, from the Old Testament, was the Apocrypha. The Apocrypha was removed. It was a 400 year, 400 split. There was a space between the Old Testament and the New Testament. The Apocrypha is a Greek word, means apokryphos. It means hidden. These books inside this Apocrypha was removed from the Old Testament.
Zacharias has a question. He said, what phase of the moon is the new moon?
You won't see it.
It's hidden.
The phase of the moon, once it's a new moon, you don't see it.
It's hidden.
The
It's
moon
hidden.
hides,
It hides
itself.
itself in a 3-day period.
It hides itself.
It hides
for 3
itself.
days.
And then on the 3rd day is when you start seeing that line. It starts coming back out.
After the third.
After the 3rd day, sorry. After the 3rd day is when you start seeing that line now. Any more questions?
No, not the dark moon, sisters.
There's no such thing as dark moon. The moon is not dark. When you look up there and you see that moon, it's the lightest thing. It's the lightest thing up in
So he
there.
created the greater light to rule the day.
That's right.
And the lesser light.
Thank you for that,
to rule the
Chief
night.
Abraham.
It's a light.
When you read in Genesis 1, it says he created the greater light to rule the day, which is the sun, and the lesser light to rule the night, which was the moon and those stars.
You put the dim light
Those
on.
moon and the stars is what give light to the
Dim light
earth.
on for the night.
So it's nothing but a dark moon. No dark moon. Tom C.
No, that's it. That's it.
Any more questions?
No, that's it. No more questions.
All right, with that, I'm gonna come down, and I have a chief man that wants to say something. Got a few words, and his name is Chief Abraham. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Baruch Shemo. Real quick. I'll be real quick. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praises to El Shaddai, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. Great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows his loving kindness and possesses all things. The Lord of hosts is his name, Baruch Shemo. Baruch Shemo. Give due respect to my father, my mother, family, brothers and sisters, our vision and language of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom Aleichem.
Shabbat Shalom.
We'll be real quick with this. Can I get Zephaniah chapter 1, verse 4? What chapter? Zephaniah 1, verse 4.
I will also stretch out mine hand upon Judah and upon all the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and I will cut off the remnant of Baal from this place, in the name of the Chemarims with the priests, and them that worship the host of heaven upon the housetops, and them that worship and that swear by the Lord,
them that worship and swear by the Lord,
and that swear by Baal,
and swear by, we don't say the names of other gods. So this sounds like they were serving God and serving other gods.
Yeah.
Sound like the Jews for Jake. It sound like the united Israelites united in Christ. We don't do those. You gotta serve one Lord, one God. You can't serve God and serve Jake. Once you see somebody that say Israelites united in Christ, no, we don't do those. And that's what those men was doing. Read.
and them that are turned back from the Lord, and those that have not sought the Lord, nor inquired for him. Hold thy peace at the presence of the Lord. Hold thy peace at the presence of the Lord God. For the day of the Lord is at hand.
The day of the Lord is at hand. The day of the Lord. What's that?
For the Lord hath prepared a sacrifice.
Oh, God, El Shaddai has prepared a sacrifice. Sound like a what?
Party.
A party. Sound like you about to turn up. God created a sacrifice, right? That's it.
He hath bid his guests.
El Shaddai bid his guests. Oh, you can't look. Listen, he got his guests already.
Pull up.
It's automatic. He got his guests already. Whoever's invited to this party, you invited already. Who's the guest though?
And it shall come to pass in the day of the Lord's sacrifice.
In the day of the Lord's sacrifice, that sacrifice he's throwing,
that I will punish the princes.
God will punish the princes.
And the king's children.
And the king's children.
And all such as are clothed with strange apparel.
All right, close that. Read that. That's it. All that is clothed in strange apparel.
Strange apparel.
We as Hebrews have a dress code.
LV.
We have a dress code, okay? We do not wear tuxedos. That is the dress code of an American. That is the dress code of pagans. Okay? We don't wear shorts outside, men. You are showing your nakedness. Before God, you are in your drawers. That's right.
We don't wear foreign.
We don't wear foreign clothes because all those men that you're wearing, they are homosexuals. We as Hebrews, we have a dress code. Okay? The reason why, I'll give you some examples. The reason why Jethro's daughters called Moses an Egyptian, he didn't tell them I was Egyptian. They assumed that he was an Egyptian because what? What he was wearing. We have a dress code. Let's wear our robes. Let's look like Hebrews. Let's wear our turbans. Let's wear our frontals. Let's wear our fringes. Let's look the part. Why is no one wearing fringes during the week? Okay, why is that? In Jeremiah 6, verse 16, I believe, it says, "Seek the ancient path, seek the old way, and when you find it, walk therein." He said, "Walk therein." We have to start looking like we serve the true and living God, right? And let's stop looking like heathens.
The Omer, God has commanded us to count the Omer. The Omer, we are in the 13th day of the Omer.
Tonight's 14th.
Tonight is the 14th day of the Omer.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.